Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Women Techmakers UK and Ireland International Women's Day event. We are really pleased that you can be here with us today. So before we get started, wanted to tell you a little bit more about us, what's going on today, and why we're all here. So this year, firstly, instead of hosting individual events, we're delighted to host a regional event organised by the Women Techmaker chapters and ambassadors from across the UK and Ireland. There's a team of 8 of us that have been working on this event behind the scenes. So we're really pleased that we could all collaborate together on this event. International Women's Day takes place each year on March the 8th and marks a moment to celebrate and provide visibility for the incredible contributions of women around the world and is a call to action for accelerating gender parity. This year, our theme is based on the incredible strength and power women have shown in the face of adversity and is courage to create. We recognise that there were tremendous challenges over the past year, especially for women. From dealing with COVID to the broader issues of racial justice and, of course, human rights. But we remain hopeful about the future and the belief that together our community can create positive change throughout the world. So on to today's event. We're pleased to let you know that we're offering the opportunity to win some prizes. We have 1 pair of Sony headphones and 2 Google Nest Minis up for grabs, so you definitely want to be in it to win it. For a chance to win, all you have to do is post any thoughts or photos or anything about this event on Twitter using the hashtag, which is IWD UKI21. And we will remind you of that throughout. We'll have some banners popping up, so don't worry if you haven't taken a note of it yet. I think it's also on the screen here for you as well. And winners are going to be drawn at random after the event, and we will get in touch with you via Twitter. So remember, you need to simply post some thoughts, a photo, a screenshot of any of the talks that you're in, and let us know what you thought of the event today. Before we get started, it's really important for us to note that this event follows the Google Community Guidelines and anti-harassment policy that you can find at that bit.ly link there. We're also going to post this in the YouTube in the chat, so you'll be able to click through. And we ask that all of you are respectful and courteous to each other and, of course, to our speakers. We'd also like to say a big thank you on that note to our speakers for giving up their time to share their work and their wisdom with us. We are really proud to be able to give them the opportunity to be here today, for you to learn something new today. And with so many different talks for you to listen into, we know there's going to be something here for everyone. Lastly, if you don't, if you miss anything, or if you're watching us later on or whatever it might be, we are going to have all of our talks on the YouTube channel after the event. So don't worry, you'll be able to revisit these incredible talks that you're about to hear. That's it from me. All that's left to say is enjoy all the speakers and the talks and the workshops we've got lined up for you. And thank you for continuing to support brilliant women in tech. Quick look at the agenda. Coming right up in 2 minutes, we've got Teresa with us, who's going to be talking everything through Flutter apps, building Flutter apps with BDD. Then we've got Sanaya coming to join us at 10:35, talking us through why women can solve the cybersecurity crisis. We definitely can. And at 11:05, Charlene's joining us to talk through the invisible side of product management. So that's what we've got lined up on this track. We have got another track that you can quite easily jump between, and we're going to add some details for you there. So if you want to see another talk on another track, no problem, we've got you covered. And with that, I'd like to bring Teresa through because, as I said, she's going to be our first speaker today and is going to be talking us through building Flutter apps with BDD. And here she is now. Good morning, Teresa. How are you doing?
Morning. Hello, everyone. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Great. Listen, I'm going to leave it over to you. Yes, go on. All yours. The stage is yours. Tell us everything we need to know about building Flutter apps with BDD. And I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Are you able to see my slides? Hold on.
No, they haven't come up yet, Teresa.
Okay, let me try to share it. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the setting up in the beginning. I hope you can see my slides now. My name is Teresa. I'm head of Android engineering at Tide. In the past few months, I've been leading the design and development of the next-gen mobile application to enter the global market. From the initiative to build a prototype, to launch an alpha project with a small group of engineers, to support Tide's mission of globalization of our platform. Tide is UK leading digital business and financial platform. We support business owners from set up their business. For example, our user can raise, send, and automatically chase invoices, as well as being notified when they are paid. So in today's talk, I'm going to demo BDD, behavior-driven design development, in a Flutter project. I have to admit that I was one of those who misjudged the power of BDD, and in the beginning, I thought BDD is just for testing. Luckily, my company has decided to explore it, and we had a 3-day workshop with BDD expert back in February 2020. The entire dev team was really excited about it. We learned BDD together, and we create plans how we can adapt to it in our team. But then, a few weeks later, we went into lockdown. Remote working has added extra constraints, but we managed to practice BDD. Although we started being imperfect, but we slowly evolved our process to adapt it as the best practice. Before we dive in, let me quickly walk you through some definitions. First, let me ask you one question. How many people should be involved in a BDD process? And please keep your answer with you. We will find out in the end. So BDD is a tool that engages people to work closely together with a common shared language, for example, pure English, which enables building a solid contract between all parties involved in the project, like engineers, product owners, testers, and so on. And it's an agile process. It's not just a testing tool. Unlike test-driven development, where you can start in your own pace, BDD requires buy-in from everyone in your team. So in short, you can't practice BDD on your own. I have heard engineers telling me that they are using BDD, and they showed me the acceptance tests file with gherkin scenarios. The tests are nice, but unfortunately, this isn't BDD, and I will tell you why. So, one very important key fact to remember that BDD is not just writing gherkin and turn it into acceptance tests. With BDD, we design our product with testing in mind. We bring testing earlier in the consideration. By shift testing to the left, product owners are involved in the development cycle. And testing process starts at early stage in the development product cycle. And it's safe to say that if your project is testable, that means somehow your code is clean, and the less setup you need in each testing cases, the less coupled your code is. And because BDD isn't a testing tool, at the same time, TDD, test-driven development, is also not a tool to ensure your test coverage neither. It helps engineers to understand what they are building before building it. So we code once and we think twice. If your code is testable, the implementation will come naturally. So then someone might ask, why do I want to test my function of 1 + 1? No, the result is 2. Well, as of today, yes. But what if someone wants to refactor or make some changes? How do we know his change won't impact my function? Or only running tests can tell and confirm it, right? So we are confident to refactor the code in the future. Now let's look at how BDD and TDD connects. When we talk about BDD, we just can't avoid mentioning test-driven development. They associate with each other so tightly. BDD actually was created as a way to help explain how to do TDD right. By writing tests that are more focused on the visible behavior and less coupled to the implementation. But over time, it has shifted its focus on communication with stakeholders. Now, in the next few slides, I'm going to discuss the BDD process. So imagine if you're working in a company with cross-functional teams. Introducing BDD is much simpler. You can pick 1 or 2 small teams to spearhead the first BDD project, then gradually roll it everywhere. This is what we did at Tide. And luckily, because I'm working on a greenfield project with a new tech stack, we introduced BDD in the beginning of the project. And giving you a very simple Gherkin syntax, right? Given the mission is to get things done right and to reduce creating tech debt for the future self. When working with a new project, then we used BDD. Before we are going to more BDD discussion, let me know if those scenarios sound familiar to you. So, when a PO requires to validate email address, a typical case can be that Android engineers allows use special characters of, say, a plus sign, but iOS engineers consider it as invalid address. So the code passes unit tests and went into production. A few months later, users complain that they can't log into their account on their iOS mobile after registration their account from an Android tablet. Another situation, when the engineer wasn't sure about whether he or she should allow special character in username, and the engineer asked this question to the PO. But unfortunately, the PO is engaged into a half-day product meeting, so he can't respond quickly. The engineer, after waiting for 2 days, decided to take a guess and take a risk, but he also noted to himself to make this change later. But one thing after another, they both forgot about it. Then the code went to production. Another situation, when a QA found a bug and create a bug ticket, the PO suggests that this isn't a bug, but it's an incomplete feature. And the engineer argues that he wasn't even aware of it. So if you have experienced all those situations, it's probably time to adopt BDD. And now, let's look at how the BDD flow works. So actually, it isn't very different from the usual story refinement, and it doesn't really add extra time in the process. First, we start from story mapping and discovery. The product owner creates the story in the backlog, adding user acceptance criteria followed by example mappings with 3 amigos: the product owner, developer, and the tester. And we will discuss each of the steps in the next few slides, but we will mainly focus on example mapping. And because BDD is a process, discovery sits at the core, and you aren't doing proper BDD without it. During discovery, the team and the PO discuss together the story being refined and reveal problems that would otherwise be only come up during development or in production. So if during the process you have noticed your refinement session has been extended to more than 2 hours, it might be because you are doing BDD right. In a typical project, the product owner creates a story. She or he will explain it to engineers during the refinement session. And the QA will estimate testing cycles separately. By doing in this way, your team is still following agile process, but the story is focused on feature, not how the behavior is tested. In a BDD project, the product owner will still create stories, and the detail of this story is discussed in refinement session. This is what we call example mapping. In the end, testers and developers will write testing cases together. So usually when developers are working in, say, sprint N, the product owners and the business analysts are creating sprint N+1 stories in backlog. At this point, the stories are partially filled with scope of the feature and user acceptance criteria. We can call it UAC in short. They will be converted into BDD scenarios in the example mapping session. This is an example of a ticket in the backlog. The story is to describe from the user's point of view. The story is to create a user profile with user acceptance criteria with login and validation. Now, let's look at example mappings. During a sprint, the three amigos, the product owner, developer, and the tester, they meet for a discovery meeting, or you can call it refinement or backlog grooming. Refine stories for the future sprints. The goal is to reform of user acceptance criteria into clean and thorough working scenarios. Product owner decides what goes in the scope, while testers bring in edge cases and developer spice it up with more details. This conversation can be carried through a structured example mapping. And thanks for the invention of post-it notes, the meeting is immensely colorful. In a real example mapping session, the board usually looks like this. So the product owner copies the story and the rules into a board. At this stage, there's no examples for each rule, and we know nothing about it. The story is to create user profile with 3 fields: email, address, and name. Rule 1 is to validate email address. Rule 2 is to validate the postcode, and it needs to be valid postcode of a UK. Rule 3 is that the name must contain minimum 6 characters. And rule 4 is to create the profile if all 3 fields are valid. The outcome of example mapping is to fill up each rule with examples. And let's see how that's done. So we will then work on the rules one by one. Here, rule 1 is to validate email address. Given the rule that we must validate email address when creating a user profile, and example can be extended to 100 and more. It's very important you only allow to give examples for this rule. You can't create rules 4 rules. For example, you are not supposed to create examples like email address should not contain white space. Instead, you should simply write down this example in pure programming, in pure example. You need to provide both valued and invalid examples, and those examples will turn into given data for your tests later on. The email validation is a great example because there are thousands of invalid rules. And in the end, you might need to split this rule into another story, or maybe you decide to use a pre-made library instead. And of course, during the example mapping process, there might be various questions, and PO need to help to clarify the answers for them. For things that can be answered during the example mapping, the question should be noted down on the side in the red color notes. So as we continue, the board will be full of examples and questions. The story has multiple rules, but having too many of them indicates the story is too big, and it should be sliced into multiple stories. A rule summarizes a bunch of examples, and an endless list of examples indicates the rule is overcomplicated. Question leads us into deeper conversation, and showing too many red cards implies the story is not ready. So running the example mapping really helps you to identify gaps in your story. Because there are multiple ways to interpret creating a user profile, the PO might have one way of thinking, where developer might have another. So how can you know that you are implementing the right feature without fully understanding it? So remember, a complete BDD flow contains the PO creates user acceptance criteria and story in the backlog. The engineer, PO, and testers meet for example mapping. And in the end, we turn the example mapping content into gherkin scenarios. Now you might wonder, right? What's gherkin? So gherkin is a language, it's a syntax, it's a set of special keywords to give structure to some specifications. And most lines in a gherkin document start with one of the keyword. For example, scenario. This is a business rule from example mapping. Given some context as setup and is not included in example mapping. You can have more than one given context and maybe multiple conditions. When some action is performed, like to invoke the use case. And you only need one keyword in each scenario because you should have only one trigger for your action. Then assert the expect behavior. And you can have multiple then here because there might be multiple outcome. Now, when should you conduct a BDD session? Usually, if you run bi-weekly sprint, and let's say if your sprint starts from Wednesday, and you can run a BDD refinement session in the following midweek. So, okay, now we have discussed a lot about BDD theory. Let's see some code in Flutter. Or Dart, to be more precise, because BDD concerns about the behavior, not UI. In this code example, we are using a library. So first, you need to add this library in your YAML file. And then you can create an acceptance test start file, create functions to invoke your tests. Third, you can create a feature file that contains all the gherkin scenarios for your story. And you might have multiple scenarios given when then in one feature file, and that's okay. And copy exact same word from your feature file into the test steps. That's the fourth step. If the wording doesn't match, your test will fail. And depends on how your project is structured. We use case to connect repository and presenter. So therefore, the use case is what we are testing here. And because it contains the actual behavior and actions. By this point, your project should be full of warnings because suggesting the classes doesn't exist. This is where BDD and the TDD connects. So while TDD is related to a test first concept, fundamentally it's a technical tool, whereas BDD focuses on the process, ensuring we are clear about what we are building, why we are building it, and how we test. Now we just need to implement the use case, repository, and data layer, and we're done. In the end, once you have taken out all the warnings, run the following command to execute the tests. And if you're using Jira, for example, you can sync it up with Living Documentation plugin, and you can share your stories, your scenarios with your team. So let's have a quick recap. User story delivers value to end user, and it changes behavior of a domain, like create user profile, modify a playlist, upload invoices. Domain expert, product owner, or business analysts, they create stories in backlog with user acceptance criteria. Each user acceptance criteria becomes a business rule in example mapping, and each rule will be converted as one acceptance scenarios. And most importantly, BDD is not unit tests or UI tests. So here are some examples, right? UI tests concern about UI effects like the margin, the size of a button, and its status. Unit tests focus on a piece of function, while acceptance tests verify the product and its behavior, if its behavior meets specific criteria by the user. Okay, so this is a very brief of a BDD process with some coding. Hope you like the talk. I've written an article about it in my media blog if you like some extending reading about it. Thanks for watching my video. Have a nice day.
Great news, but I just wanted to wonder if anyone had any questions for you, because if they do, you've got a couple of minutes if you're happy to take them.
Yeah, sure.
Great. So can you see in the chat, I think there's Sebastian has said, wondering if Augmented supports golden test integration and verification of screenshots.
I haven't explored it, but I think that library is mainly focusing on BDD. So we can give it a try for the screenshot tests.
Great. And Diana said, would you say an AC test is similar to an integration test?
In a way, yes, because if you look at the testing pyramid, right, at the bottom, we start with unit tests, which is the most heavy, most focused testing in our process. And in the middle, it's the service tests. And on top, it's end-to-end. So there are different ways to interpret the one in the middle. That's what we're concerned about in BDD process. So in a way, yes.
Great. Any other questions for Teresa? And sorry, I started talking before I rejoined the screen. What I said before I joined was, Thank you. That was a really interesting talk, and your slides were brilliant. They're really easy to follow. So I just wanted to say, like, great job from my side of things for sure. I'm sure everyone else enjoyed it. Any other questions? Okay, that's it. Thank you so much, Teresa, for joining us and kicking off our International Women's Day event. It was fantastic to have you, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Take care. Bye. Okay, that was interesting. I need to share my screen with you all. So that was Teresa. And now I'm very excited to bring forward to the stage Sunaina, who's going to talk to us about why women can solve the cybersecurity crisis. So where is Sunaina? There she is. Good morning.
Hey, Louisa. Thank you for that.
Did I say your name right?
Yeah, you did actually. Pretty spot on.
Great. Good. Well, in that case, I'm going to leave it over to you, and I'll catch up with you at the end. See you soon.
Perfect. So good morning, everyone. Happy International Women's Month. I like to say, I feel like we've got to a point where we celebrate it over the course of the month as opposed to just the day, which is fab. I'm just going to share my screen quickly. So today's talk is about why women can help solve the cybersecurity. I've been in the industry for a few years now. I work for Brit Insurance, an insurance company based in London. I went into cybersecurity not knowing what cybersecurity was. So I did an internship at university with a IT managed service company, and they were diving into the cybersecurity space. So that's where I was first sort of introduced to cybersecurity. And like just from that internship, which was just a few weeks long, I was like, you know what, this is the place for me. So I definitely want to go into cybersecurity. I want to know more about it. As soon as I graduate, I want to try and look for a graduate job within cybersecurity. And I was really, really, I would say lucky that, you know, finding grad jobs is generally really difficult, but to get a grad job in the field that you want is even more sort of crazy. So I graduated in the summer, June, got my graduate job in, I think it was November, as a graduate cybersecurity analyst. So I'm going to talk through sort of my journey, understand the issues of the fact that, you know, there's a real lack of talent within the cybersecurity industry, and is growing rapidly. It's one of the most rapidly growing industries in the world. It's essential part of business for anything, especially if the pandemic's taught us anything, people have shifted their goods and services online. People that were not using the internet as much have had to teach themselves how to use the internet, are selling sort of cakes or biscuits that they would usually sell on a market on a Saturday. They now have to do that all online. They've had to teach themselves how to use the internet. So now more than ever, cybersecurity is a forefront to any business, regardless of how big or small you are, whether you're a non-profit organization, whether you're a charity, and the government. So the government in the UK especially is investing a lot of money within the industry. So I feel like now more than before, we need to bring awareness around what cybersecurity actually is, break down any stereotypes, and generally bring in more women. We need more women in this field. So let's go on to my next slide. So cybersecurity talent is expected to reach 3.5 million by 2021. This statistic was recorded before the pandemic. It's probably a lot more now. The reason why, like I was saying, cybersecurity is becoming such a big thing, and everyone's talking about it, is because it's almost like the way I describe it is that I work as a cybersecurity specialist. I'm a police officer of the internet. So one of my main job role is to protect users using the internet, to protect them from fraud, to protect them from people pretending to be them, to protect them from people stealing their information. It is a crucial part of what we do, just how our sort of Met Police is a crucial part of our society. So it's not that it's cybersecurity shouldn't be a luxury. It shouldn't be that you have to have, as a company, you need to have a certain amount of money to invest in it. It's a necessity. It should be a standard. It should be a part of our everyday work, and even in our personal lives. How we use the internet, how safe are we on the internet, how secure are our passwords? This all comes under the same umbrella. So with that being said, we've got there's a lot of cybersecurity jobs out there. There's a lot of interest in it, but there's not enough people to fill in those spaces. There's a real lack of talent. So what do you do? Because you want to, either as an organization or as a country or just globally, you want to encourage more people to go into this industry because you need it, because it's going to be such a forefront of everything that anyone ever does. But then again, where there's a real lack of talent, there's a real lack of awareness of what cybersecurity actually is. This brings me on to the next issue, is that only 20% of the cybersecurity industry is female. So when I first started my graduate job, and I was in a team with all boys. And I didn't know this beforehand. So when I walked in and I was in a team with all boys, the first thing that went through my head is, oh my God, this is actually real. Because prior to that, I was attending a lot of tech events. I knew that there was a real lack of women and diversity within the tech industry, but it never really felt real until I walked into a room and I was the only female, and there was no female management either. So that definitely scared me. It definitely brought about a lot of feelings, imposter syndrome all the way through. And then I started to, it got me thinking, okay, so lack of women in tech is one thing, but the lack of women in cybersecurity is very niche. So the lack of women in cybersecurity is a completely separate issue. The way I see it is because there is you have to go far and wide to find mentors and to find women within cyber that you can communicate with, that you can talk to, that you can go to for any sort of advice. So I'm going to go through that later on. I've got a few slides on a few organizations that you can join to get more information that are all free as well. So one of the things that I really wanted to sort of get across in this talk is that if we encourage more girls, more women into the cyberspace, we are solving a lot of issues. We are increasing diversity. We are, the moment you increase diversity within a workforce or a workplace or within an industry, that industry is going to excel. There's no sort of question regarding the comparison, how having a diverse team does make your team stronger. That's a fact. That's nothing that someone can sit and argue about. You have a diverse team, your company's going to do well, your company's going to grow. As I was saying about the lack of talent, well, if we can, the biggest way that we can solve these issues is that if we as companies invest in recruitment procedures to hire more women, to attract more female talent, to encourage young girls from university, from schools to study STEM-based subjects. All of these little steps eventually will come together and solve a much wider issue in the next few years. If we carry on the way we are now, we are going to see an industry that is very traditional, and we want to move away from that. We're trying to move away from those traditional industry stereotypes, and we need to increase diversity. We need to make the workplace more inclusive, which, again, the pandemic has streamed over those conversations. Do we need to be in office 9 to 5 every 5 days a week? Definitely not. We're all perfectly fine working from home. It's taken the pandemic for people to realize the importance of flexible working, whereas a lot of women have been advocating that prior to the pandemic, but voices were not really heard. Whereas now the pandemic has made sort of even the C-level executives that not everyone needs to be in an office. Not everyone needs to be, working at a desk constantly to do well, to do their job. It's not necessary. We are all comfortable. We can all do it from anywhere in the world. There's stories of people that have traveled to the Caribbean during this time and that are working from home. So this is one of the best, I believe, one of the best times. We need to take advantage of the current situation. People are listening. People are willing to adapt their workplaces. And if you work in tech, definitely advocate for increasing female talent, whether you're in the cyber industry or not. Any business has a form of security team, regardless of how big or small that is. Maybe sort of go back and look at it and think, okay, what can we do to include more women within our teams, to make our teams more inclusive, but also look at your HR procedures. What sort of job posts are we doing? Will this attract someone that's maybe a parent? Will they consider this like a flexible job role? Will they have the luxury of sort of working from home and coming into the office? All of these things, if we all make small changes, regardless of how the size of our organization, eventually will come together and have the biggest impact. So I just want to quickly go through why there's so few women in the cybersecurity field. The first thing is the lack of visual representation. So as I was saying, when I started my grad job, I was the only girl. That in itself was detrimental to me, being a young female in an all-male team, because I was just, first of all, felt like I didn't belong. So this is coming from my own personal experience. I felt like I didn't belong. The imposter syndrome definitely went over me. So imposter syndrome is when you just feel like I was in that job out of luck, and I didn't really earn it, and I didn't really deserve it, and like I said, I just didn't really belong. When you don't have a female representations within your team, within your senior teams, within management, it has a knock-on effect to everyone. So it's not just that individual; it has a knock-on effect on the whole team, on everyone. I believe that this is one of the biggest reasons why women don't really consider careers in cybersecurity, because one, they don't really know much about it. Two, they don't see themselves in that field, because it's always been traditionally seen as a male. Well, it is a male-dominated industry. But if you say to someone, "I work in cybersecurity," then the first sort of thing that they're going to think about is a guy in a black hoodie working in a dark room, hacking people's computers. So there's all of these factors sort of string together. Like I said, there's also like a major lack of knowledge of the opportunities available in tech. So people don't really know what cybersecurity is. I didn't know what cybersecurity was until I did that internship. If I never did that internship, I wouldn't have understood what cybersecurity is, and the fact of how big of an industry this is going to be or is. So that's another thing that prevents women from considering careers in cybersecurity. Again, that ties in with the fact that there's a lack of leadership, there's a lack of mentorship, there's a lack of sort of awareness around what cybersecurity is, and mythbusters. So that's another thing that I really wanted to highlight in this talk. Finally, lack of encouragement by schools and families for young girls to study STEM-based subjects. So over the years, we're seeing improvements. It's not like things are not getting better. Especially in the UK, we've got a lot of organizations like STEMets, which is a non-profit organization that helps encourage girls to pursue STEM-based subjects in universities and schools and as careers. And all of their events are free, very accessible. They do, obviously now everything's online, but they do events all across the country and at schools. That's just one of the organizations that I actually work with closely, where we actively mentor and help young girls to bring awareness again about STEM-based subjects, STEM being science, technology, engineering, and maths. Tell them about what opportunities are available. So speaking to the girls, I will speak to them about what I do my day-to-day, hopefully try and sort of push them and encourage them that this is something that you can do. all of that stems from a very young age. So we need to be able to fix this issue. We need to fix it in our workplaces, within our communities, but also from girls that are in school. There's also been situations where girls, like an all-girls school, would have different subjects and different opportunity choices compared to a boys' school. So I actually know someone who went to an all-girls school, and coding wasn't a part of her curriculum, and then but the boys' school opposite, it was, and she never understood that. And this is her being a young girl. She never understood that, so she went above and beyond to teach herself how to code because it wasn't available to her as a choice. Again, if you're a teacher or you work in any form of educational organization, then this is something that we need to reflect on. What are we teaching girls from a young age, and are we pushing them, and are we encouraging them? This doesn't just mean teachers in schools. This is could be you as a parent, or could be you as a family member. If you have like a niece or a cousin or a sister, young girl that's at that age, but that's trying to figure out what she wants to do and where she wants to go into, then science, technology, engineering, and maths is very much the future, and it covers a range of topics, a range of careers, and so many choices. So it's about bringing awareness, making girls feel like they can do it, that they belong. That's the key way of solving this major issue. And if we don't start now, then it's going to be not so great for the industry in 10 years time. So like I was saying, yeah, we're seeing improvements, but again, we've now had the pandemic, we've now had schools schools that have set back their curriculums, especially in state schools that don't have the luxury, where not every child has the luxury of doing online learning. So these have all had a negative impact on essentially education. And then the stats that will come out of this is, are we going to go back? Are less girls going to be doing STEM-based subjects now because of, again, the lack of sort of support around pursuing these career choices and studying these subjects? Take advantage of an industry that needs you. So currently, like I was saying, there's many grassroots into cybersecurity. You don't need to be in a technical field to consider a career in cybersecurity, but I'm just going to quickly highlight some myth busters before I talk about that. So like I was saying before, you are not locked away in a dark room where you don't speak to anyone and you're just by yourself coding away. That's not, very opposite to what we actually do. So there's a lot of team working, there's a lot of skill set building, there's a lot of discussions. I've in my whole career, I've worked heavily with big teams, with small teams, closely with management. It is the security team, I'd say, has to work together, has to be together. It's not like you're by yourself. It's not that you're just on your own doing things. It's one of the reasons why I love my job, is the fact that I get to work with such a range of people across the organization, and also your clients who are using your cybersecurity services, for instance. It sounds too difficult. Cybersecurity is a challenging field. The reason why it's challenging is because it's constantly changing and it's constantly evolving and it's constantly advancing. There's new technologies coming out, especially now with AI. There's new sort of, we hear about hacking on the news, and it's like kind of scares us because we don't really understand what that means, but we know it's bad. So it's constantly changing, it's constantly growing. With that comes sort of the responsibility of staying in touch with what's happening. And that's something that I enjoy. Like, I enjoy constantly learning. So for me, even though it's challenging, and if I don't understand something, I can then go away and teach myself it. It is an industry where if you enjoy learning and you enjoy having a different day every single day, you'll have a different sort of, you're dealing with a different issue every single day, then it's definitely an industry for you. You will not be bored, for sure. You're not doing repetitive tasks on a daily basis. It's very much, so yeah, every day is just different, and then you're learning so much. And I feel like you could be in the industry, you can be a CISO, or you could be a CTO, and there'll be something brand new that's come out that you've never seen before, and you have to go back and teach yourself it, because that's the way that this industry is growing. That's how big it's going to be and is becoming. So it doesn't matter how senior you are, how many years you've been in the industry, learning is an essential part of the job. So it's not that it's too difficult. No one should think that it's too difficult. It's just a matter of sort of taking out that time to teach yourself something that you don't understand, or asking for help, reaching out to seniors or reaching out to people in the industry who are specialists in something that you want to learn about, because there's so much, and our brains are not made to know everything about everything. You have to teach yourself what you need to know. So that should definitely not prevent someone from wanting to join the industry thinking that they can't do it, because you can. There's room and space for everyone. There's literally so much space. We need people to come join us. So my last point is you need to be technically advanced. Obviously, there's more myths than this. I've just highlighted the top 3 that I think it prevents people from joining the industry. You need to be technically advanced. No, you don't need to be technically advanced. Like I was saying, this cybersecurity is becoming the forefront of everything. So you could be working in a law firm, for instance, or you could be into politics. There will be somewhere something that you need to know about cybersecurity. There you could be working in retail, you could be working in fashion, and there will be something that you need to know about cybersecurity. When I was working in retail for at university, I had to learn through my job, for a sales assistant retail job, I had to then learn about customer data security and privacy policies. That was the year that GDPR came out. So that GDPR comes under the biggest umbrella for cybersecurity. So it's everywhere. We just don't know it. We don't understand. We don't really know what cybersecurity is. Again, we have this massive misconception about it, but it's everywhere. We just don't know it. So you don't need to be technically advanced to learn about it. You don't need to be technically advanced to be practicing it, nor do you need to be technically advanced to be doing a job within the field. So I've highlighted a few career paths that are non-technical. So cybersecurity insurance. So I work for an insurance company. We provide cybersecurity services, insurance policies to our clients. If you're an underwriter or you work for insurance, this could be, you want to change, then cybersecurity, definitely consider it. It's really interesting. There's so much to learn, and people need you. Like we need cybersecurity insurance. It's going to be an essential part of business. People are going to be protecting themselves. Like I said, especially after the pandemic, when we're seeing so many more businesses use online services, we need it now more than ever. So that's probably, to me, the biggest and the growing methods to sort of get into grassroots into a cybersecurity career if you don't come from a technical background. Project management, there's a massive business side to cybersecurity. I've worked with people that are technically advanced, very technically advanced. And then I've worked with people that are not so technically advanced, but have the business skill set. Those two people need to come together. Those two people need to work together. I haven't personally seen anyone that has a strong skill set in both, that is both technically advanced and has advanced business skill set. I haven't seen that, because I don't feel like that really exists. I don't feel like that happens. I feel like that's where team building and teamwork comes in. If you're releasing a product or you're creating a product, for instance, there's so many sort of talent that you need for that to happen. You need your technical people, but you also need your business management, your financial person, or whatever else. So there's so much space. There's so much sort of interest. It's just about reaching out. If you're in a company that has a cybersecurity space, maybe look at what sort of projects that's coming up, what sort of things that they can be working on, and can you be involved? Put yourself out there and say, I would love to take the lead on this, because there's definitely space for you. There's transferable skills. And again, I can't stop stressing that we really do need it. Cybersecurity lawyer. So this is an interesting one. So as I was talking about GDPR, when GDPR came about in the UK, it changed direction on law and politics, because that's what GDPR covers. The law is the law, basically. So becoming a cybersecurity lawyer, essentially becoming a GDPR lawyer, protecting, fighting for, looking after companies that could be under threat, that are not practicing what they need to practice. Again, there's a massive sort of space for this. Definitely look into it if you are in that field, if you are sort of looking into politics, or you are in, even if you already practice law, then cybersecurity, we definitely need you. So please do reach out. Here's a few technical career paths. So incident responder, CISO, security consultant, security analyst. Main parts of all of this is, again, we're basically the police, and we're basically protecting you and your information online. So that simple statement covers all of this. Obviously, there's different branches for to specialize in, but the ethos is the same. We're there to protect people, and we're there to protect you. Here's some key certifications. This is more technical. So if you want to become a penetration tester, a red teamer, or purple team, whatever it is, OSCP is key. OSCP is very difficult. Takes practice, but it is key. One of the key certifications that people and businesses that are looking for. CISSP, again, is that's more consultancy based, I'd say. Definitely if you're looking to going towards a path of a CISO, CISSP is key. It's a big textbook that you have to go through. But it's more theory based. So the OSCP is very technical based. CISSP is very theory based. And I think as soon as you've been in the industry within 2 to 3 years, you'll be able to pick it up and do it, to be honest. Certified Ethical Hacker, again, is consultancy based. It's a key certificate within the UK. And a CIS, Certified Information Security Manager, again, that's if you're doing more incident response. If you want to go down the incident response specialist side of things, then definitely look into that. So here's a few free tech groups for women. Maybe take a picture or a screenshot of this. It's Code for First Girls. Tech Moms is great. So if you want to change your career paths, it's never too late. Don't feel like you can't, especially if you want to change, then definitely look into Tech Moms. They're great. They do so much work for women in tech, moms in tech, and just generally they have such good support. Women in Cybersecurity Society, they're great. I personally worked with them too. They bring a lot of awareness. They do a lot of talks. Even if you don't want to enter the industry, but you just want to know more about it, the events are great. They're free. Everything's online, so it's easily accessible. So definitely check them out. Ladies of London Hacking Society. So when I joined the industry, because I didn't have many role models, because I didn't know anyone within the cybersecurity space, so I knew people within tech, but not in cybersecurity, I actually reached out to Ladies of London Hacking Society and I joined their meetups, and they are fab. The girls, they are fab. The events, obviously now it's lockdown, but hopefully after lockdown, they'll start hosting their events again, and they do have like crazy food everywhere, and it's just a really nice time. They do sessions and they teach you. They do technical workshops and non-technical workshops, so definitely check them out. Pave it forward. So when I joined the industry, the first thing I wanted to do after being in it for probably about a year, I realized that there's lack of talent, lack of women, and I want to pave it forward. So I started mentoring young girls, started encouraging them to join tech, bringing awareness to cybersecurity, what cybersecurity is, especially for young girls. That image of a man in a black hoodie in a dark room hacking is very much there, is very much present in these young girls' minds. So it's breaking that narrative, pointing my face forward, saying you can be working in cybersecurity and you can be, you're working in a team and you could have interests outside of work. And it's not that you have to be this certain type of person. No, cybersecurity can be anyone could be in this field. And I believe that because there is a real lack of women and a real lack of women in leadership roles, it's so important for us to pave it forward, come together, speak up, bring awareness, help each other. And especially, even if you're not a female, but you're a male, and you understand the importance, and you understand sort of how critical it is that this is a major issue. There is a clear sort of division on between males and females, and just general diversity within the cyberspace. Definitely speak up. If you have female employees, maybe speak up about them, make them feel comfortable enough to, if they have issues, that they're able to come to you, that they're able to talk about it, address ways, especially if they're family planning or have a family, how can we make their workplace more comfortable for them so they don't leave the industry? That's another key issue, is women feel that, women join the industry but are not in the industry for a long time, especially like in the US. The career span for a female has been recorded as 10 years within the tech industry, which is not great, which is not a lot at all. So we've got to think about what's our policies at work like, what is preventing us, what is preventing women from staying in the industry. So not only is it now difficult to encourage women to join the industry, but to actually keep them in the industry so they grow, so they learn and reach their leadership and senior positions. So there's a lot to think about. There's a lot of conversations to have. I've literally run out of time now, so I'm really keen to answer any questions that you guys have. Thank you so much for listening. I'm going to just put out my socials up there. Everything's open, so just contact me anytime. I'll respond to you if you want any advice or just want to know more about what I do, or about anything that I've spoken about today, then yeah, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Samaina. That was amazing. I think I might change career. I think I'm going to change career after hearing your talk. We have run out of time, as you said, unfortunately, but you have got quite a few comments. So I don't know if you've got a couple of minutes to maybe answer them in the chat. And of course, as Samaina's left her details there, you can also reach out directly, kind of DM her if you've got any other questions and you want to carry on talking. But thank you so much for being here with us. Really interesting. And go cybersecurity.
Thank you so much.
See you soon.
Thank you.
So that was Samaina telling us everything about cybersecurity. As I said, I'm really thinking about a career change. I hope my manager's not watching. And next to the stage, we have got the wonderful Charlene, who's going to be talking to us about the invisible side of product management. So let me bring her forward. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, it's nice to be here.
Oh, it was so grateful to have you here. Thank you. I don't want to eat up into your time, so I'm going to hand it straight over to you to tell us everything that we need to know about the invisible side of product management, and we'll see you soon.
Brilliant. Thank you. Well, hopefully I'm sharing my screen now, so hopefully everyone can see that okay. Yeah, there we go. It's appeared now. So yeah, hi everyone. I'm Charlene. I'm head of product at Kainos, and I've been working as a product manager for many years now, mostly in the public sector. So I do a lot of work with central government in the UK, helping them with digital transformation and also helping them to build their own product capability. And over the years, something that I've noticed is that when non-product people talk about product roles and responsibilities, they generally focus on things like backlogs, roadmaps, prioritization, and user stories. And indeed, when I first started working in product and was trying to understand more about the role and skills required, That was largely the focus of the information that was out there. However, my years of experience in the job and time spent discussing the role with other experienced product managers has taught me that there is a lot more to it than that. So today I'm going to talk to you about the things that product managers really spend the most of their time doing. So the first thing I'm going to start with is talking about balancing discovery with delivery. So the core purpose of any product is to satisfy some human need. And as product managers, we naturally want to build the best products for our users. We want to delight them. We want them to want to use the products that we deliver. So we want to continually learn from them and discover what problems they have and what they need so that we can ensure that our products really do work for them. But the thing about user needs is that the more you look, the more you find, and it's really, really easy to fall into the trap of analysis paralysis, where the fear of not having enough information to build the right thing holds you back and actually prevents you from building anything at all. As a product manager, it's important to know what the least is that you can do to discover and when to stop discovering. You need to be able to recognize when you have done enough to suitably inform the solution. It's about assessing the impact associated with getting it wrong and sometimes taking calculated and well-informed risks in order to deliver. So our job in product is to work out which needs to focus on. It's a constant trade-off between discovery and delivery. It's a balancing act that has to be performed every single day. But at the end of the day, we're here to deliver a product. And that means in the real world, we constantly face the challenge of having to balance discovery with budget, timelines, legal and technical constraints in which to deliver. I'm aware, though, that not all people in the team sometimes have the same emphasis on delivery. So sometimes the product manager's job is also to ensure that the team understand this balancing act as well. So let me give you an example. A team member that I was working with a few years ago had an idea for an amazing feedback collection mechanism for our product, but I didn't prioritize it because we were only going to be going live initially with a really small set of users. And building this idea would have meant not having time to complete the core functionality that was essential for the first release. And I knew that we could still collect the feedback without actually building anything. So needless to say, they were really disappointed. And they said to me, "Oh, you product people and delivery managers are all the same. You only care about delivery." And I was a little bit speechless, which isn't something that happens to me very often. Not at the challenge, but because this person thought that in their role that they didn't need to care about delivery. I have strong views on this. At the end of the day, everyone working on the development of products that are intended for release to real users should all care about delivery, because we only deliver real value when we deliver a working product to our users. Without that, everything else becomes relevant. If anyone working on product development thinks that they shouldn't have to care about delivery, that it's someone else's problem, then I would encourage you to think a little bit more about that. And when you are in that discovery phase of trying to understand what users really need, it's really important to avoid solution pollution. Dan Olsen used this phrase on a course that I attended a few years ago, and it really stuck with me. Human intent is to jump straight to a solution when there's a problem to be solved, especially for people like designers and developers whose job it is to build solutions. It's human nature. But a product manager's job is to remind everyone that it's really important to first focus on the problem or the opportunity space. Dedicate time to really understand and explore the problem that you're trying to solve and the people that you're trying to solve it for. The job is to try and keep everyone in that problem space and prevent anyone from jumping to solutions until we truly understand the problem and have defined measurable outcomes to be achieved by solving it. Otherwise, you run the risk of not solving the problem in the right way. As a product manager, it's crucial to be inquisitive as well, to ask loads of questions and to not just accept that things are the way they are because they've always been like that. You don't get change by doing things the way they've always been done. So as a product manager, my role is to challenge things all the time. And that could be anything from scope to approach, but only where necessary. Challenge for the sake of challenge is just being difficult. But quite often when I meet clients for the first time, I'll usually introduce myself as the person who will be asking lots of annoying questions, because at least it sets their expectations and means that hopefully we'll get off on the right foot. But I've noticed that some people shy away from challenge. They assume that it has to be a confrontational or a negative thing. But I've learned that it doesn't have to be. And if done properly, it can be extremely effective. There are non-confrontational ways to challenge things and people. Just digging around in a subtle way or gently asking a few questions usually does the trick. And it's not all about challenging others. It's really important to be open to being challenged as well, and to creating a culture where your stakeholders and your team feel that they can challenge you, because quite often that's how the best ideas are formulated. It's a team effort. Another huge part of the role is negotiation. And I never used to think of myself as a negotiator until I read an article that challenged what I think of as negotiation. It made me realize that I, like most people, actually negotiate every single day without even realizing I'm doing it. So a team estimating stories together or negotiating with each other when they're trying to agree what the estimate should be, or agreeing what's in scope and what's out of scope is negotiating. It made me realize the extent to which we all negotiate every single day, and it's a crucial skill for any product manager. I seem to spend most of my days either trying to convince people to do something, or more frequently trying to convince them why they shouldn't do something, which leads me nicely on to my next point. In my job and in my line of work, I say no, and I have to say it a lot. And through my work, I do a lot of coaching and mentoring. So quite often I work with people who are new to their product management role. And at the start, they believe that their role is to constantly identify new features to be added to products, which usually just results in feature bloat. In other words, a product so overloaded with bells and whistles that it doesn't actually deliver its core function. On top of that, it will lead to missed delivery deadlines, blowing the budget, unhappy stakeholders, and a lot of uncomfortable questions. Similarly, a lot of people who are new to the role believe that the best way to manage stakeholders and to keep them happy is by always saying yes to them. They tell them that they'll add the request to the backlog, knowing that it will never be delivered. This is not stakeholder management. To be honest, it's just a cop-out, and it's just storing up future problems, potentially resulting in a really bad relationship with your stakeholders. And once that relationship starts to deteriorate, it's really, really hard to get it back again. Being a product manager means making really tough decisions. Saying no is probably one of the hardest parts of being a product manager. It takes practice, and it's important to realize that the role is actually about identifying what does not need to be done. Because let's face it, anybody can identify features to add to a product. It takes real skill to identify what's not needed right now or even at all. The best product managers are great at saying no. They say it unashamedly. But it's not enough to just say no. You also have to be able to clearly articulate the reasons why you're saying no in terms that your stakeholders and your team will understand. As I mentioned at the start, everyone knows that product managers have to prioritize. It's a big part of the job. But what a lot of people don't realize is the speed at which decisions have to be made. So if you have a team sitting waiting on you to make a decision so that they can get back to work, you can't take your time about it, because that time has a cost associated with it, as well as a bored, frustrated and unhappy team. You also have to be able to make prioritization decisions impartially and ruthlessly. You have to put your own personal feelings aside and look at things objectively. You can't fall in love with your own solutions. I have encountered many people who want to be a product manager because they mistakenly believe that it will allow them to execute their own creative vision. But it doesn't. You have to remember that you're not your user, because if you forget that, it can lead to ignoring evidence and ultimately building the wrong thing. Whether we are aware of it or not, we all have our own internal bias, which is used in unconscious decision making. I would recommend trying to identify what yours are so that you're aware of them and you can check them when you're making decisions. For example, confirmation bias is a type of unconscious bias where people essentially search for bits of evidence that back their opinions. It's really easy to tell yourself that you're making decisions that are based on data and evidence, but it's always worth stopping and asking yourself, if perhaps you're only seeking or acknowledging evidence that supports the outcome that you wanted all along. As a product manager, it's important to value the truth more than being right, and to make sure that your decisions are based on evidence, or once again, you run the risk of building the wrong thing. The biggest thing that I have realized about product management is that it isn't about products. It's actually all about people. Yes, having those skills to produce backlogs, roadmaps, user stories, and prioritize effectively are a big part of the job, and they are core skills that you need to have. But product management is all about people. So if you think about it, your team are people, your stakeholders are people, your users are all people. The role is fundamentally a people management role. And I don't mean people management in the traditional line management sense, but people management that means having excellent communication skills, providing true leadership, and bringing people together and uniting them around a shared sense of purpose. It's about building trusted relationships with your stakeholders and your team, and maintaining those relationships even when things get difficult, because trust me, they do get difficult. It's about being able to reassure people and calm them down when everything is on fire. It's all those things that people often refer to as the soft skills, which, let's be honest, are really the hard skills. It's the way the responsibilities of a product manager are described sometimes make it sound like they work in a silo and they make decisions on their own. But the best product managers collaborate with everyone on their team across all disciplines to ensure that they're building the right thing at the right time in the right way. So I'm going to wrap up by quoting Martin Erickson, who summed it up perfectly when he said that we only build products that people love if we do it as a team. Thank you.
Wow, I learned a lot just then. That was like the most amazing and informative 15 minutes of a talk I think I've listened to in a very long time. So thank you, my goodness.
Thank you. Rapid fire product management.
I love it. I feel like we're all product managers after that. We all have, well, no, that's me doing a disservice to how difficult a role it is. I've worked with lots of product managers in my time. So thank you for telling us a little bit more about the bits that we maybe don't see and we take for granted. Yeah, lots to think about there. Is there any, there's no questions I can see on the chat for you at the moment, but we tend to get a few that come in afterwards. So if you're happy to leave any of your contact details in the chat, then if anyone's got any questions, they can maybe reach out to you. No pressure, but if you want to do that,
absolutely.
then,
I'm more than happy for people to reach out to me. I'll go and do that now.
Lovely. And I can just see Louise has said soft skills equals hard skills. Great stuff. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for being here, Charlene. It's so nice to have you joining us this morning. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Enjoy the rest of the day.
We'll see you soon. Yeah,
Thanks.
Take care. Wow, what a morning that was. My goodness. Information overload, lots to think about, which is exactly what we wanted for our first sessions this morning. So we're going to give everyone a little break, stretch your legs. I'm going to go and make a coffee, and we will see you back here at 11:30 when we're going to have a workshop. So you can join the workshop there, and there'll be more details when you rejoin us in 11 minutes. So we will see you on the other side. Take care.
Hello, everyone. Welcome after the break. I hope you have a nice break. Now we are moving on with the next three sessions. The agenda is on the screen, as you can see it. We're going to start with the Glow-Up Guide for Data Visualization by Sindhura Mokshogundam. Then we're going to move on to Biases and Ethics in AI, the introduction by Kriti Doneria. And afterwards, we will hear from Niveta Moran, who's going to talk about routing in Angular. Now, we're going to hear from Sindhura, but this is a workshop that will be held on Meet. So please, Google Meet. So please follow the link that you can see there, bit.ly IWD workshop, and we'll see you there.
Hi guys, thank you so much for introducing me. Well, I mean, first of all, thank you so much for joining me in this little rendezvous with data visualization. I know it's a weekend and I know how much of a time and commitment it needs to be a part of this, so thank you so much for that. Now, just a bit about myself. I am Sindhura Mokshogundam and I am currently working as a senior analytics manager with a uber cool bunch of people at Measure Lab. It's a digital analytics consultancy. So if you have any questions about data, you know where to hit me up. So yeah, I mean, without further ado, we're just going to go through the things that we're going to cover in the topics today. So bear with me. So the plan of action for today is to simply go through an overview of how the current data formats look like. And then we dig deep into the fundamentals of Data Studio. And then without further ado, we would also be looking at doing and building some dashboards of our own. So are we okay with all the logistics? Are we okay with our internet connections, everything? All good? I am assuming everything is good in this case. I'm hoping there's a virtual thumbs up everywhere. All right, so first and foremost thing, before we even reach the whole idea of visualizing data, the fundamental core of it is data. Now, data could be as simple as the amazing grocery list that we put on our fridge every day or every week, or it could be as scaled up as terabytes of data that come through in a Google Cloud platform. Let's say you're using BigQuery. But we also know that there are different analytical tools, such as Google Analytics, that actually processes data in real time and pushes in, for further analysis. But I know the love and hate equation that we have normally with Google spreadsheets or Excel sheets in general. So I'm sure you all have had an amazing experience with the spreadsheets and Excels in your own phase and time. So just digging deep into the spreadsheet side of things, just because we're in the Google ecosystem. Here we are. Automate them. You could create these statistics like pie charts and bar charts, whatnot. However, as a tool, it does have its limitations. So the number one limitation here is whenever you have to edit the data, you kind of have to give edit access to the team who has to access the data. So at a given time, it is highly vulnerable for some changes that you might not have wanted to. So that's number one. The second thing is, yes, it's absolutely easy to insert a chart, create a donut chart, create a time series, but it is also time-taking and intensive, especially let's say you want to customize it further by a specific choice that you want to make and look into. And the other thing is, the biggest thing rather is, sometimes you just want to give access to the actual charts rather than giving access to the underlying data source. So these are some of the few Google Sheet limitations that I'm sure we all would have come across in our daily lives. So just jumping out into what we just discussed. So here we have a simple sheet, monthly expenses. These are not my monthly expenses, I can assure you that. I'm not that good. So the thing that we are noticing here is we have columns for month, the type of expense, and the expenditure. And obviously, we do have the charts that we have in this place. Now, imagine I just wanted to look at my data only for expenses that are made for grocery. In this case, there are many methods of doing it. For example, I could just go ahead and filter it out and maybe just select grocery. And I get the data here. Now, there is a possibility. Now, however, if let's say I actually just wanted to do it on a different tab. So for example, I duplicate my tab here and I say, oh, on one tab, I actually want groceries, but on the other tab, I want to explore the medical expenses. So if let's say I do this, what we notice immediately is that at the same time, I might not be able to concurrently make a change in the filter given the same spreadsheet. Now, this is one of the key limitations that we notice when we are using Google Sheets. So just going back to the Google Sheet world here. This is where Google Data Studio comes into play. How? Because Google Data Studio is a free data visualization tool. So no free trial access, no credit card details, nothing. You can just directly dive into it. Now, the other thing is it's feature rich. The reason I say is, so we can go from, there you go. The charts have automatically gone down. I'm sure we've all been there. Imagine you do not have to give access to the underlying data source. It's all about creating a version of the data, let's say in a temporary cache format. And all you're giving access to the end user is the visualized data. And they can also interact with the data. So they can also filter down the data simply by clicking here. Now, imagine I want to create just data for utility. At the same time, I can just select utility. So fundamentally, the functionality of this particular dashboard has become that of a website. So a same website can be accessed by multiple people at the same time. However, the way I look at the data or how I filter the data might be completely different to the other person or the other user who's accessing it. So that's the beauty of using Google Data Studio. And the other element, as I've already mentioned, is the data remains unaffected. So even if you're making any filtration changes in your underlying data source in Google Data Studio, your actual core data will remain unchanged. Do we have any questions so far? I'm happy to pick up the questions later on as well. So feel free to pop them in the chat window if you have to. Yeah. Cool. Moving on. So the idea of Data Studio is to make the visualization simple, intuitive, and a bit engaging. Now, how does a Data Studio work? The first thing for anything is to understand what is the data set that we want to visualize. In our case, we just looked at a Google spreadsheet, which has got expenses information for the last 6 months. Now, once we zero in on the data set that we want to visualize, the next bit is to set up a data source for this specific data set in Data Studio. I know I'm talking a lot of data here, but the fundamental idea of a data source is actually to create some sort of a version, or rather a temporary table for your core data. So that means it's not going to impact your underlying Google spreadsheet. Rather, it's going to create its own version in the format that we see in the image here. Now, the biggest thing to note here is every data that comes through, especially if it's dimensions and metrics, and I'll explain what dimensions and metrics are in detail later, is that it comes in an aggregated format. Now, it automatically, if you notice, the values for around month and the month data is automatically seen as type date. So that is the beauty of Data Studio. It automatically figures out what is the type of information that it's looking at, and it will be able to configure it accordingly. Then the simple bit is, once your data source is in place, then we just go ahead and do the magic of creating a report. Now, before we dig into the actual dashboard working, I have a few points to discuss, which is around the primary data source fields. Now, for instance, you have 3 things that are normally important, which is your dimensions, your metrics, your calculated fields. Now, a dimension is basically a description or the way you categorize the data. So, for instance, we take the scores of cricket. I'm sure you are aware of the sports cricket. Imagine we say, okay, the United Kingdom has scored 120 runs. India has scored 30 runs. And here, United Kingdom and India are basically country. So here, country becomes your dimension. Similarly, in the table that we see here, the month is a dimension. The type is a dimension here, because it is describing what that expenditure is going to look like. Is it for grocery? Is it for utility? Is it for medical? And also the month. It could be any month, January, February. You have 12 months, so you pick and choose there. And obviously, a metric is the number of runs one has scored in cricket. So 120 runs scored by United Kingdom here is the metric. The metric is the measurement of these dimensions. Now, the other bit that is also interesting is you could actually create your own calculated fields. So when I say calculated fields, for example, you might want to actually get a conversion value for the total groceries over the total expenditure for the last 6 months. Now, I know that in our prime data set, we haven't created any specific column that looks at the conversion ratio of grocery by total, or the percentage rather. However, in GA, you could actually use the underlying data source and create the calculated field to have a percentage of conversion for grocery by totals. So that's how it works. Now, these are primary data source fields. You also have something called parameters, wherein you would be able to add in. So you are basically going to allow the user to add in some values by themselves. On the back of which you can further create some dashboards, and you can further create some charts and widgets. And here, this is the world that we see for data source. Do we have any questions so far? I'm happy to pick it up on the chat as well. Or if you're okay with it, I'm guessing it's a virtual thumbs up, I can go forward too. All right. Perfect. So without further ado, let's get into the exercise mode. Now, the first step for anything is to set up the report and the data source. For this activity, I would request everyone to log in to the details that are shared here. I will also copy paste these details in the chat box for easy access. So bear with me on this. Please let me know if you have any issues coming across when logging in. So I will also go with the same experience with you guys now. So let me just go on to the link here. You would see that you're landing on the overview page of Data Studio. And here you can click on Use It for Free button. And in my case, I was already signed in, but if you want, you'll have to give in the details that I've shared in the chat box, and I'll actually just go back to the screen here for someone who's looking for the username details. If you're already signed into your Chrome account, I would recommend opening it on incognito if possible, and you'll be able to get into the Data Studio from that angle. All right, do we have the login in place? Does anyone need any help? Okay. All right then, so I think without much debate, we will get into the creation of the reports. So as I mentioned earlier, you would be needing to set up a data source and a report at the same time. Now, these two things can happen in any order of preference you want to. But one thing that we need to bear in mind is if you're creating the data source first, what happens is if you're, let's say, adding new custom fields to the specific data source, that could actually be accessible to anyone who has access to that specific account and specific data source. So basically, the reusability concept comes into play. If you think that the data source that you have added to Data Studio is something that you're going to use again and again, then the idea would be to make it more reusable, and you can suggest to set it up in data sources itself. Now, in our case, because I know that we want to customize it for ourselves, do let me know if you're having any issues with logging in on the Data Studio, though, at any given time. Yeah. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to do is create a report. So here on the left side, you have a report option. So we click on this. And here you go. We instantly see that it's asking for us to connect to a data source. Now, just for the purpose of this workshop, I think it would be nice to play around with some real data. And as a result, I pulled in a bit of Netflix data for you guys. And it's a public data set that can be accessed on this website called Kaggle. And as we see, you have got so many columns here. It talks about the show ID, the type, whether it's a movie or a TV show, the title of the movie or the series that it's being looked into, the director, the cast, the country, the date when it was added to the Netflix platform, the actual release year, and the rating the duration, and also the type which it was created, whether it's a drama or an independent movie, and also a bit of description. So obviously, I would love to play around with all the columns which are available here, but we will limit ourselves to a few to begin with. And you can always come back and explore the dashboards that we're going to build here. Cool. So now we know that this particular data set is actually a Google spreadsheet. So by virtue of it, you have something called connectors. Now, what a connector does is it is able to figure out the type of the format that you're looking for. Obviously, you have many connectors. As I said before, there could be different data formats, whether it's Google Analytics, which is Google's own analytical tool. It could be someone who is in the marketing out here. You might be very well aware of the perks of using Google Ads, Campaign Manager. And if someone is also into heavy SQL, heavy query and coding, you have BigQuery. So you have got different types of connectors for whatever data format that we have to pull in. And in this case, we'll select Google Sheets because that's what we want to look for. So I'm going to select Google Sheets as my connector. And you can see that you already have access to two spreadsheets here, which is Netflix data and expenses that we saw before. And we simply select the Netflix underscore data. And it's looking for the table, the sheet name. So Netflix underscore data is the sheet name, and your tab is Netflix underscore titles. So just going back to this, you also see the options here, whether it automatically should figure out that your first row is header. So in our case, yes, we wanted to figure out that it's the first row, that they need to capture it as headers. And let's say by default, you would have filtered out the data. It will also say, okay, do you want us to include your hidden data or the filtered data? So yes, please, we would want to. Perfect. So simply, we're going to add it to our report. So it says you're about to add to the report, and that's it. So there you have the first by default chart that comes into play is that of a table. And you can see that the data source is now updated to Netflix underscore data and the name of the tab. I would also encourage that we name our reports in the format of our first name and our last name. So in this case, I'm going to do it Sindhura underscore Mokshakundam. So that it's easy, just in case you close it, you might be able to easily go back and search for it. So I am quickly going to see if there are any reports that have been created. Perfect. I can see Neha and everyone started to create the reports. Grazie. All right. Yeah, so feel free to rename this to your thing. And that's how it looks like, guys. It's so simple, right? Just connecting the data you want to and you start playing with it. Okay. Does anyone have any questions so far? I mean, please feel free to ping it in the chat box. I'm going to keep an eye on it all the time. Okay. So now that we have connected the data source to our report, let's see what the exact canvas that is there in front of us is all about. So any report that we want to build fundamentally starts with a blank canvas that we can see here, which is a white one. So you can drag and drop anything that we want on this. So any chart that you want, you can place it here. You can also have multiple pages. So by default, it creates, so by default, it names it as page 1. So you can always rename this page to first page, just randomly. And then page 2 as so you can have multiple pages, and the good thing is now we are in the edit mode. So there are 2 modes for Data Studio report. The one in which we are dragging and dropping and creating our charts, and the other is the view mode. So the view mode basically allows people to simply click on the data or interact with the data without moving around the charts that you have so painfully created in that particular thing. So, and you can always go back to the edit mode here. So you can come back. Now for ease, what I normally do is more like a hack and a little more efficient, to put it simply, is just duplicate your existing tab, click on right click and duplicate, and keep this one in view mode while the other stays in edit mode, right? Now, in terms of the canvas, obviously, you can also select any theme. So for example, by default, it's the theme that we have currently is a blue-white combination. If you want to go more bold, you can go for edge colors, or edge customization, or constellation customization themes. So anything if you want to pick and choose. But if you're more creative, then feel free to go ahead and customize your own color background. So let's just say blue, anything that you want to. So I'm going to keep it the default to begin with. So this is the theme. You can play around with the themes. The good thing about theme is that, let's say, if you want to keep your color palette consistent, it might be useful for you to just select a theme to begin with. So any of your charts, any of your trend lines, anything would be of the similar color palette. And I think that's really good, especially if you're working for a specific combination that you want to aim for. Now, apart from theme, you also have something called layout. So as we can see here, at the moment, I am able to access the thing where it says the name of the report, which is Sindhuram Akshakundam, and you're also able to access the share icon, the edit icon, to refresh the data icon, copy. However, let's say from a user interface standpoint, you don't necessarily want to provide that option instantly to the end user. We could explore something about the header visibility. So the header visibility has three options. One is always show, which is normally by default. Then you could also go for something like auto hide. So it will automatically hide the header. So if I do like this, and if I refresh it, there we go. So a simple movement, the header has disappeared. Now we also have the option for initially hidden. So we could explore this. And so initially it's hidden. So, but if you go over or hover through the header side of header position, then it will appear. So that's how the header visibility works. And because, for instance, here we have selected 2 pages. So maybe instead of having it on the sidebar, you might prefer to have it on the center itself or the top itself. So here you can also select the navigation type, and you could make it as tab, and there you go. Instantly it becomes a tab, so you can easily move around. Now the other thing is, you might have noticed that the display width, we do see a bit of gray area, and in between we see the white pane. Now if I want it to completely expand or fit to the whole width of the device screen, we could actually do it as fit to width, and then it will immediately try to pick up. Sorry, I'm just going to quickly refresh this. There we go. So now it has fit to the width, and you can basically play around with whatever display mode you prefer, to each to their own. And now we can also increase or reduce customize the size rather of the canvas. So you might be able to change it, let's say a predefined options, for example, portrait or a landscape, or if you feel you might be benefited, especially if you're looking for a specific device type and you feel that might be a good way of displaying the data, then you can actually change the values right here. And for the purpose, I'm just keeping it like this. And the other thing that normally comes into play, especially if you're trying to add in or embed many images, then you might want to look at the placement of it. And it'll be really easy if we increase the size of these grids. So automatically it becomes larger so that it's easy for us to drag and drop things. Good question, Gopi. No, you can absolutely access it on Firefox, Safari. From what I've understood from Google's own sources, is that it works best on Chrome, Safari, and Firefox. However, I am assuming it might be a bit of features usage issue on different browsers, but that's what their recommended browser list is. And it could be any version. Oh, and the most important thing, I'm sure you might also be thinking is, once the dashboard is created, does someone need to log in, or does someone need to have a Gmail account to begin with? You don't have to. So once your dashboard is created, and we will also explore the access controls later on, you would be simply able to share the Data Studio link, the report link, and people can access the link even without logging in. So that's there. So thank you so much for the question, Gopi. All right, so moving on, let's start with the exercise. Now, for the purpose of this particular canvas, I'm thinking maybe I can actually drop in a shape, a rectangle perhaps, which will cover the whole canvas. And I'm going to add white, or yeah, let's just go with white, just so that for me it's easy to do it. I don't have to look at the canvas size anymore. So feel free to drag and drop a shape and just expand it and add it. You can do this, or you might not even want to do it. It's absolutely your choice. And now we go back to the questions that we have. So bear with me. Yeah. So the next stage is to create the widgets, the part that we all have been waiting for. So now the first thing that we're going to look at is simply get the total numbers of the TV shows and movies using a widget called a chart called scorecards. So just going back to the data here, right, just for reference, we see that we have the show ID, the type, and also the different elements that are here. Now, for the purpose of the question that we are looking at, what we want is the total number of movies and TV shows. So what we are essentially looking for is what is the total number of type, or the number of shows by this particular type. So in this case, we simply go back and drop in. So here you have the add a chart option. Click on scorecard and simply bring it here. So the theme that you will notice is mostly drag and drop, and that's what is the nicest part, that anyone can simply access Data Studio and go ahead with it. So you can see that instantly it is giving me a number called record count. So what the data source in Data Studio has done in the backend is it has actually created a metric called record count, which is literally the count of rows in the spreadsheet. So we have 4,262 rows, including the header. So our numbers, just from a validation standpoint, they are right. Now, the idea here is to look at the total number of shows. And so what we can do is simply rename this particular record count. So whatever metric you have, you can actually rename it and customize it as per your need. So I would say, okay, total shows and movies. So simply, we can drag and drop it here, and you have got the total here. Now, the next bit is this okay? Question on the YouTube live stream: can any data source type be used? Absolutely. So you could explore any data source. Just simply going back to the. Sorry, I'm just going to quickly go back to the resources. Manage added data sources. So here we are using a spreadsheet. You can use any data source, as we saw earlier. You have 18 default connectors given by Google. So it could be your Google Analytics, it could be your MySQL, Search Ads, YouTube Analytics, and there are also some third-party connectors that you can use. So yeah, feel free to explore this. I think one of the biggest user case studies has been around connecting your marketing data, your Facebook data, your Twitter data. So for someone who's in the marketing sphere, I think that could be a good option to explore. So just going back. Now, all right. So have we all been able to create the scorecard? I'm just going to quickly glance over in different okay. Cool. Do give me a shout if you have any questions on any of the widgets that we are working through. We can also take the questions offline. So yeah. All right. So this is total shows and movies. So our first bit was to use a scorecard and look at the total TV shows. Now the next thing is a table. Now in the table, we want to capture the show ID, the country, the director, the cast, the TV rating. So we simply go here and we literally take a table, again, drag and drop. And we can see that instantly it has added some tables, some fields to it, show ID, record count. Now, because we want to also cover your country, director, cast, TV rating, it's very simple. You literally have to drag and drop the dimension here. So in this case, we want to capture country. So you literally drop the dimension here, and you can see that it has started to update data. Then we are also looking for director. Go. Then cast. Then rating. I suppose I've covered all. Yeah, cool. Now we can see that the values under country, for instance, they are getting hidden. They are coming through as dots. So one of the best ways to go about is going to the styling side of things. So for any chart that you're creating, you have two things, which is your underlying data and also the customization side of things, which falls into styling. So in the styling, simply we can select wrap text and it will start to wrap it up. And so here we have selected the wrap text for the table header and for the table body, which is the rows from 1 to 9 that we see. Simply wrap text, and we can expand this and drop. So this is how the data would look like. You could just reduce the size here as well, and you could reduce the overall width of it. Cool. So this is how we create a table. Pretty simple, right? Any questions on that? All right. Well, I think I'll move on to the next bit, which is movies by country. So bear in mind here we are looking at, oh, actually, sorry, I forgot the third one, which is the total TV shows and movies by release year using time series. So this is a fun bit. And let's see if we to get this through. Just gonna quickly reduce the size of it so that we make space. Now, a time series is fundamentally looking at your base value, which is a date or a month. It's a date. It could be a month. It could be a year. It could be a complete date altogether. And I'm simply going to drop a time series here. So the question that we want to address is total TV shows and movies by release year. So going back, here the option by default has been added as date added, but we don't want to look at it by date. Rather, we want to look at it by release year. So we can drop it here. There you go. So it's been able to populate your data like this. So within a span of like 5 seconds, we were able to create a time series chart, which is able to look at your total TV shows by year, the total TV shows and movies by year. And that's how it looks like. This is a time series chart that we can explore. Now, the other bit is movies by country using GeoChart filter. Now, this is the exciting part wherein the features become more rich. We all know that we can see the data by country. So we normally try to create a table or to represent it in the format of a bar chart. But if you have a data which talks about your geolocation, feel free to explore the geo charts, and you could literally drag and drop. And it automatically shows you, so it has automatically detected that there is a geo dimension called country, and it has populated the record count, that is the total of the counts. And you can see how it has started to create like a heat map by the country. So this, I feel like, is a useful feature, especially if you want to make it more visual. I know we have created a lot of charts already, so why don't we just simply refresh our data here. Okay, bear with me. Just a second. Oh, I'm working on page 2, my bad. So there we go. Now, here, instantly we can see that we are able to look at the data, but we cannot edit the data. So this is your view mode. And when people are hovering through it, they can also see the values. And I can see that there are 4,261 rows. So people can also go down. So that's how the view mode looks like. Cool. So these are the bits that we have covered. Now, if you notice, the 4th question also says, you just want to look at movies, not movies and TV shows. So this is where we explore the filter option. Now, here, I'm saying I just want to look at movies. I don't want to look at the record counts where it is TV shows. So we go back to the underlying data. And we click on a filter. So we can always add a filter, which basically just excludes the traffic or includes the traffic based on whatever dimension you're selecting. So here, let's say I want to say include movies only. So where do we determine whether it is a movie or a TV show? Just to go back to the data here. Whether it's a movie or a TV show is actually determined by the dimension type. So we will go ahead and select type as our option here. And we are saying equals to movie. And save. And instantly, the data gets updated to look at the geo map only for movies. Now, I know this is more from a visual standpoint. So let's say if we want to apply the same filter to the scorecard widget. Now that you've already created a filter, you would easily be able to apply a filter automatically. So you've already created the filter, include movies only. So it's already there for you to apply to any widget that you want. So if I do this, there we go. So total movies is total record count of the movies is 4,110 here. And that's how a filter works. Now, I'm also sure there might be occasions wherein you might want to filter, or you might just want to have that option as a filter wherein you can select movies, or you can select the TV shows, or you can select the country. and you want it to be applied across the page. So we will explore that option as well. Right now. So how is it going so far, guys? Is it okay? I mean, as with anything, we are in a virtual world, so I appreciate that it might be difficult to communicate easily with the tools we have. So just feel free to drop in your questions, and I'll keep an eye. All right. Now, the next bit is the TV shows versus movies. So we want to see a simple pie chart, which gives us a portion of basically a proportion of what is TV shows, what is the number of TV shows, and what are the number of movies. So again, it's a simple drag and drop. Add a chart. You have the option of pie chart. I have a particular liking for donut chart, so I'm going to stick to that. And here, instead of release year, so instantly it is able to pick up any dimension that it wants to. So if you want, you can have the pie chart distributed by release year, or if you want, the one that we are looking for is by type. So we are going to quickly select the type here, and there we go. So I'm going to quickly reduce the size of this. So this is your pie chart. Now I'm not pretty convinced with the coloring that I have. So I can go back to the styling here. Now there are two things. You can select the color for the specific dimension, or you can just specifically color it based on the whatever order you want. So in the slice order, the dark blue color would be coming for movies here. So maybe I'll just simply change it because we're all talking about Netflix. So let's take technical colors of like reddish and orangish. So red and whites. So the red and whites will be too bitey. So I'm going to just make it. There we go. So your donut chart is ready, and you can customize the colors the way you want. And this is one way to go about it. So we have covered the basic charts that we normally use in our day-to-day, but I know there are so many options that you can play around with. So feel free to explore all the options that are there. And if you have any questions, do give me a shout. Now, as I go back to the question that I mentioned before, sometimes you just want to filter the data across the whole page. In that case, how do we go about it? So that is what we are going to cover in our next exercise. So page-wide filter controls. So how do we go about filtering the data? So there are different options that you're provided with. And you can access this at add a control option. So here are your filter controls. So essentially, if you want to filter the whole data by a specific dimension, there are different ways to go about it. So just going back to the questions that we have, we are looking to create a drop-down list for country. So drop-down list, we take a drop-down list and we drop it here. And here by default, it's taking it as show ID. So all we have to do is drop the control field as country. So literally dragging and dropping your dimensions and dimensions here to country. And just to quickly go back to how it looks. You instantly have the option of all the values that are there in your country column. So that's how it's intuitive. So now, obviously here in the edit mode, we are able to edit the values. But if you go back to the view mode, you are able to get the option here. So let's say I just want to look for information only for Brazil. It will automatically update it. And if I want to select more than one option, so I've selected Brazil, I'm also selecting United Kingdom, and I'm selecting Ireland. There we go. So it instantly gives you the aggregated numbers based on the selection that you have made here. So that's how the filter control works across all the pages. I mean, across the specific page, sorry. Now that's one filter control that we have created. The other one is creating an input box to filter by director's name. Obviously, there are movie buffs out here. I'm assuming movie and shows, TV shows buff. So I think the idea here is if I want to sometimes just go through the data and just select for my favorite director, then that's one option that we can look into. So going back here. Similarly, we click on the add a control option, and now we select the input box and drop it here. So here, instead of show ID, we want to filter it by director. So we do director. Now I'm simply going to go here and type in Kathy. Now we see an error here. Why? Because by default, the input filter is actually going to look for the exact value that I have typed in. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to change the style option here. So bear with me. So here it says, okay, what should be the search type? It is by default put to equals, but we are going to change it to contains so that it's easy for us to search for whatever name we want. And one thing to bear in mind is this is case sensitive. So if you have small Kathy, like small letters Kathy, it might not give you the result. But if it's C-A-T-H-Y all caps or only C is capital, so basically we need to keep in mind the sensitivity of the case that we are going to use. And simply refresh it now. Just use the thing. Perfect. So now I am going to look for data which has Lydia in it. There we go. So you have got the information by searching just for a director whose name is Lydia, and got the data here. Boom. And last but not the least, another drop-down list for content type, which is by movies or TV shows. So as we saw earlier, we did apply a filter on specific widgets. So for example, on Geo, the Geo chart, we applied a filter to just look for movies data. So in this case, because I'm creating a filter, like a page-wide filter, I'm firstly going to remove this one so that we can see the change happening. And we are going to simply drag and drop the list here. So I'm just going to put this here. Maybe I'll shift this. And we are looking to give an option for filter. And as I said, you can also rename the widget, so you can say movies or TV shows, and go back here, and now you have the option of movie. Sorry, I think I already have the filters open here, so I'm just going to quickly refresh. So now you have the option of movie and TV show. So you might have noticed that for the first time when I clicked on the filter control for movies and TV shows, I just got movie. That was because I had already filtered the data by director's name. And in that case, I think it was just for a movie. So that's the case. So bear in mind that whatever filters you're applying, it's going to work in tandem with the other filters that are already there. So this is the option that we have. And now if I, let's say, just select TV shows, instantly you get an information about only the TV shows or the records. So even in the pie chart, you can see that it's all become 100% TV shows. And when you hover over it, you get the count of TV shows here. So I'm going to select everything. So this is the bit of drag and drops and exploring charts and filters. I can assure you, like, Data Studio is the most intuitive, user-friendly option. However, one caveat is the bigger the data sets or the bigger the data sources that you might be using, there would be a slight delay in terms of how the data is getting loaded initially. And the good thing about Data Studio is that you would be able to drag and drop, you would be able to explore your data in any format that you want without hurting your underlying data. So any change I make is not impacting my underlying Google spreadsheet here. So that's the good point of reporting through this data visualization tool. All right, so then, last but not the least, some of the finishing touches, more or less a way of working on the basics that we might want to use in our day-to-day reporting. So the first thing is sharing and access controls. So here on the right side of the corner, you would be able to click on the share icon, and you would be able to give access to the individual that you want to. However, sometimes you just want to create a link sharing so that anyone who has got access to it can view it. Now, again, you do see two options here, right? One is anyone with the link can edit, and anyone with the link can view. So these are two powerful options. So if, let's say, you just want people to have, let's say, a website-like functionality, no one should ever go and edit or move around your charts, then you can just simply give them a view access. And only to a certain set of people you might want to give an edit access. So for instance, out here, you have done an amazing job. You've created your dashboard. So feel free to give access to your own personal IDs. So I'm just going to give it to mine. And I'm going to select the option that I want to give. So can edit here and send. So this particular report is now shared to my personal account. So feel free to do that with your personal Gmail accounts as well, so that you will be able to instantly access it. You will actually be notified in the form of an email as well. So that's there. And the other thing that I wanted to show you guys was is scheduling an email delivery. Now, how often do we not see that every Monday by 9 a.m. Our top management or our immediate team wants to just go through the numbers for the last week? So in that case, you can simply schedule an email delivery, and you could actually select the page that you want to share, and you can just add in the values. So if you want, let's say I want to send it on weekly on Monday, or I can actually customize it by our options. So literally, like, you can select whenever you want to schedule the report, and you can send it to whoever you want to. So if I want to send it to Sindhura01, that's it. So automatically, a version of this particular dashboard comes into your email inbox at the time you have selected. So that's another option. And the most important bit here is data freshness. So let's say you have edited some values in your underlying data source. Now, the data freshness depends on the type of data source that you're using. For Google Sheets, by default, it's 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes, the data refreshes. Now, if you want to keep an eye on when the data was last updated, you could see, that's a great question, Gopi. It's a free tool. There is no trial period, so feel free to go ahead and use it every time, all time. So yeah, it's forever free. Cool. And you can see whether the data has come from a cache. So as I said before, it is creating a temporary version of your data here. And you can always see when the data was last updated here. So that's basically the ins and outs of the Data Studio. I'm hoping that you like the session, and the whole aim for the session for me was to just introduce the possibilities of using a free data visualization tool, just to come out of the labor-intensive work of creating spreadsheets and data charts in our big old data sources, and making it a little more engaging for your end user as well. So with anything, please feel free to give me a shout if you have any questions at any time. And yeah, we made it, guys. So thank you so much for sticking along for the last 1 hour. I hope you got a chance to explore the dashboard. So thank you so much for your time. And as with anything, feel free to give me a shout if you have any questions. You can always find me on LinkedIn. I have provided my personal email address and also my work email address. So feel free to hit me up there. And the other thing that I would say is, if you are looking to self-explore and learn more, feel free to go to Google Data Studio's Academy. So Google has provided an academy platform wherein you can do and enroll yourself through a course for the entire Data Studio, and it's free of cost. So please feel free to do it. And if you want a little more customized option to go around, at Measure Lab, we do provide custom training as well. So feel free to give me a shout at sindhu@measurelab.co.uk, and we can take it forward from there. All right, then, guys, thank you so much. I hope you liked the session, and have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
That was fantastic, Shindra. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. It's really great to try out new visualization tools. I hadn't ever seen Google Data Studio before, so thank you. I'd like to direct everybody back to the YouTube live stream. So that's where our next sessions will be, because our next sessions are talks. Thanks all for joining.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone, I hope you've managed to come back to the YouTube stream. So now I am inviting Kriti Duneria here to our session. She's going to give a talk on biocybernetics in AI. Hi Kriti, we can't wait to hear from you.
Yeah, hi, I am really happy to be here. It has been a good session so far. I have been following the YouTube stream, so yeah, it's been a pretty good one till now.
Right. Yeah, go ahead, please. Let me add your link.
Sure.
Yeah, these are your slides.
All right. Hi, everyone. I am Kriti Doneria, and I am based out of India. I work as an analytics consultant and data scientist out of Delhi, NCR currently. And yeah, that is about me. I also like to research on emerging technologies. And the topic that I have chosen today is something that is a combination of ML and AI, which is what I work in, and a lot of our social sciences, that what goes around the world that we live in. And even if you're an ML beginner or a non-ML person, I assure you, you'll still benefit from this talk. This is going to be a pretty interactive session. So even though we are sitting at home, so I would actually want you guys to participate, because we have a couple of activities hidden in here. So yeah, let's go ahead. Yes. I want to begin with a question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how logical do you think are you as a person? Think of a number and you can keep it yourself, keep it to yourself. Maybe some of you can mention it in the chat section if you feel like, but you can keep it to yourself. There is no problem with that. And what we will do with this number is something that I'll tell you as we go along. Okay, moving on. Is there any puzzle enthusiast in the house? I love puzzles for one. So almost all my talks have puzzles in them, and I assure you love this one. So the number that you have just selected between 1 to 10, you can keep the same number, you can take a different number. And the puzzle here is that this number will represent what it represents to you. So we'll see in the next slide what the number that you have chosen means. Ready? Great. you just have to read the description next to your number and let me know in the chat section if this resonates with with the number that you have chosen. All right, so here's the fun part. The number that you have chosen, you have to take an n cross n grid. So if your number is 3, you have to take a 3 cross 3 grids, n being the number that you've just chosen. And then how many squares are there in this grid? That is the puzzle that you have to think about. I will answer this one towards the end of this talk, but until then, you can just keep thinking. I will have hints along the way. So yes, keep a lookout for those. So yeah, this is me and this is the topic that I've chosen today. I will leave my contact info at the end of this talk in case you're interested. Yeah, let's go ahead. So what are biases to start with? Biases are cognitive shortcuts our brains take. So I was actually following the last talk as well. Sindhura talked about filters in a dashboard. Think of biases as cognitive filters that our brains have evolved over years to keep us safe and to keep us from getting ourselves in harm's way. But my question to you today is those biases still helpful in 2021? The answer is something that we will explore together. Then talking about ethics, ethics is the branch of knowledge that deals with moral principles. How we define moral principles has differed over time, over philosophies. Every single philosophy has its own definition of ethics, but this is the broad definition. So how do we reconcile these two is something that we want to talk about today. And also how this translates to the ML and AI systems that have existed in our world today, because a lot of them have so much power over our own lives that we need to understand that ethics need to be built into these systems, else it will cause more harm than good. So I want to start by talking about my favorite one. This is what we call as hindsight bias. And hindsight bias basically means that I knew it all along. A very classic example of this one is survivorship bias and then crime prediction. So what it does is, if I predict that this locality will have a higher crime rate than others, it will cause me to deploy more forces in that particular area, in which in turn they'll end up catching more people, creating a positive feedback loop. Another one, a classic survivorship bias is, we have all seen the Titanic problem in Kaggle, wherein you predict the survivability rate of a particular person. The problem with that data set initially was that it had a field called boat number. So boat numbers were basically numbers that were associated with a person if they actually boarded that boat. So I know if a person boarded that boat, 99.9% they survived. So that is a classic example of survivorship bias. And then a very important one is disaster prediction. If anyone tells me they can predict disasters, natural disasters, using ML and AI, I roll my eyes badly. The second one is availability bias, which basically says that we like to base all our decisions basis the information that is available to us, irrespective of the fact that it can be inaccurate and incomplete at times. I want to draw your attention to this one. These are the same conformations of the exact same shape. So this circle is a cylinder on its base. Then this is the cross-sectional view. It can be hollow from inside and it might have a smiley on the other side of the face. So it is exactly the same thing, but the angle from which we see it differs. This is also one of the best examples as to why negative news sells faster than the positive news, because our brains are wired for survival and not happiness. One more example about this one is anthropomorphism, which is the opposite of objectification, where we assign human-like attributes to non-living objects. Then the next one is accuracy paradox. This is one of my favorite ones. This is where we actually assign accuracy a higher weightage over anything else in the system. And we as data scientists are a hell lot guilty of falling into this trap. For example, if I say that the test rate for COVID is 99%, and if I return all test results as negative, I am accurate close to 99% of the time. But that does nothing for one person who might die of COVID. Then the next one is IKEA effect. IKEA effect simply states that you are more likely to overvalue something in which you have put effort in. That is one of the reasons why people do not return IKEA's products after they have assembled it themselves, even when they allow people to do so. This is also one of the reasons why food will always taste better when you cook, chop, and shop it for yourself, even if it does not taste the same as it does in a restaurant. And this is also closely related to a policy that we call as sunk cost fallacy. Then this is also one of the reasons why most of us never change our field of study or our relationships, or we don't leave our hometowns. And this again is my favorite one, automation bias. This simply means that just because something has been generated by a computer system or an automated system, it is much more accurate and reliable and free of any prejudices. We will see why this is a problem in the coming slides. So humans over time have evolved to trust each other by producing oxytocin. Oxytocin is a bonding hormone which is produced in copious amounts a baby is born. We tend to like people who are like us, and we tend to dislike people who are not like us. So how do we trust an AI system which does not have any concept of oxytocin? And more importantly, how do we trust any machine that has no such concept? The answer is we simply observe how that machine behaves in high stake scenarios. Then I have a list here, but I will keep this short in the interest of time. The first one is hyperbolic discounting. This is why most of us as programmers do not comment our codes. We tend to value immediate gratification as compared to a delayed paid off more. Then the next one is planning policy, which is where we underestimate the time and effort it will take us to accomplish the simplest of tasks. Then the third one is recency bias, wherein we simply tend to see more recent events as a better reflection of things that have been way all along, even if it is not true. For example, if I say that COVID is much worse in 1920 pandemic, I'm technically wrong because I was not born in 1920, but yeah, that is what we like to believe. The fourth one is Barnum effect. This is why astrology works, and this is also why the number that you chose at the beginning and the prediction it had next to it resonated with you. I strongly encourage you to look this term up. The fifth one is ad hominem policy, wherein if you dislike a person, you will not agree with them no matter what they say is correct or not. Then the seventh one is strawman policy. Strawman policy is simply when you misinterpret an argument or a fact in order to deliberately make it easier to attack. A good example for this one would be Kriti has not made any statements about loving pandas today, so she must hate pandas. Then the very last one is framing effect. Framing effect is again what a lot of media sells to us. This basically says that how information is framed has an effect on how we interpret it. I can brand the same product as 5% fat free as well as 95% fat content, but it will have different effect in different parts of the world. So what should I do next? How do I ensure that any of my cognitive biases and paradoxes do not pass on to any machine learning algorithms or automated systems that I'm building? Else I will fall prey to automation bias. I have divided this section into two parts. One is a machine learning specific approach, and another one is a more human centric approach. When I go talk about machine learning specific examples, it simply means that this is to appeal to people who work in this domain because they ultimately have the power to design better systems and to demand more transparency in the entire system. Right now, we treat it as a black box, but let's not wait till it affects us adversely to take an action on this one. The very first one is data audits. As simple as it sounds, asking very basic questions like, is the training data that I'm using in my model a true reflection of the population? Or is the data collection methodology reliable? Or will this data drift in near future? These are very simple questions and a checklist based questions, but how much do you trust the source of your data is a very important question that should be addressed when you're conducting any kind of data audit. For example, what was the motivation behind collecting this data, and did they follow a scientific process while collecting this data? Going back to my COVID example again, it's possible that I go to my local hospital, collect my COVID mortality data, and come back home and say, oh man, I have 20 cities in this country, so the mortality rate will be similar. But we know that that is not true simply because healthcare facilities differ across cities. What can go wrong is another question that we need to ask ourselves. Then the second one is model audits. So model audits simply mean that is the model that I'm using uses the correct metric for evaluation, and is the model fair to protected classes? This is a very high stake one because a lot of legal legislations that have been filed in the very recent past have been because the models have been found to discriminate against certain protected classes. Then the third one is this model suitable for use in any kind of high stake scenario? If I use a crime prediction model and I sentence someone to a death penalty, there is no way I can undo that. So is using an ML model in that process a fair choice to begin with? The answers to this is pretty simple in my opinion. Most electronics that we use at home come with a user manual. I will not expect a washing machine to cool down my stuff for me, and I will not expect my refrigerator to clean my clothes for me. So why do we not put the same expectations on our models? I have a very detailed Kaggle notebook on this topic. I will leave my Kaggle link at the end of this talk. In case you're interested, you can check that out. But as long as we as practitioners do not start demanding model and data audits, it will not create a positive network effect that is needed to have these things in picture. The next thing is very human-centric approaches. So everyone, even if they don't work in ML or automation or any kind of engineering, is impacted by these automation practices that are present in our world today. So how do we as participants tend to put pressure on the manufacturer is something that we'll talk about next. So a very good component of this is I will borrow a lot of these components from critical thinking and design thinking expertise, because these are something that have been around for a very long time and we are not the first ones here. A lot of other industries have been here, but we can simply learn from them today. The very first one is we have to become a hostage negotiator, but without torturing any kind of data. We have to ask questions, even if we do not understand the answers to them. We have to be willing to ask intelligent and open-ended questions. Cognitive rigidity gets amplified when there are negative emotions or exhaustions involved. So we can use mental models to go through all of these processes. Then the second one is challenging the questions and assumptions and the status quo that prevails. What are the assumptions that went into making this model? When should I use it? When should I not use this? Uh, Relates to the first point as well, machine learning specific examples. Then the third one is be skeptical and yet curious. So you can be skeptical about a product, you can be skeptical about, what is a tech giant gaining from placing a voice enabled device in my bedroom, and how can I use this technology to my benefit? How can I contribute to this? The next one is, this is a very classic example. I have this question for you. You don't have to answer it. You can keep it to yourself. But yes, this is important. So what should a female or a woman aspire to be? Smart or beautiful? I have deliberately committed this typo just to look at people who would spot this. But I am, in the interest of time, I'm pointing this out right now. So you can keep the answer to yourself. You don't have to answer to me. Then another question here is a university degree worth it in 2021, given that we have a flood of self-made millionaires? Moving to more human-centric approaches again, how do we distinguish intuition versus prejudice? For example, if I ask you if women should be smart or beautiful, the very first question should be challenging that assumption that why do you assume it is an either or kind of a situation? It does not have to be. Second question is, what do you assume being smart and beautiful translate to? Is it professional success? Is it academic success? Or is it conventional gender roles? And same with the university degree. Are we talking about averages, or are we talking about outliers? The first thing here is domain knowledge helps always, no matter what domain you're working in. If you have some domain knowledge, it will help. Even if you don't, talking to a domain expert actually helps. So, for example, we know a lot of pharmaceutical trials did not mandate women to be included in those trials until early 2000s. And who knows, it would have been the same way if we did not demand it to be changed. The second one is stakeholder diversity. Women and people who have personal stake in scenarios need to be present in all boardrooms, in all decision making scenarios. There are no two ways about it, and that is the only way the change can trickle down from top to bottom. Third one is the more you know, the more you expose the more information you expose your mind to, the more you exercise your intuition, and the more information you give it to process on a subconscious level, resulting in a better intuition. In consulting, we often use frameworks to simplify decision making processes. One of them is a pre-mortem framework. I have found this really useful, and I've left the link to this one again in the reference section. Pre-mortem basically says that you assume a future failure and then you try to come up with an explanation of why what happened. Then the third one is, instead of giving a best answer to something or giving one answer to something, you use the rules of three. You use a best case scenario, you use a worst case scenario, and then you use an average case scenario. For example, if I talk in terms of COVID again, I would say that the best case scenario is you will be asymptomatic and you will not even realize you have COVID for you. The average case scenario would be you will have some fever, you will rest at home, and then you'll recover. And the worst case scenario is you will succumb to it undiagnosed. That kind of gives you a leverage about assigning probabilities to all of these scenarios occurring and then plan for it accordingly. So now that we know how to some of the ways on how to circumvent these things, I want to come back to the puzzle that we started. So the puzzle was that you have an n cross n grids and you have to count the number of squares in that grid. So when I say grid, I mean each of the individual element in that grid is a square. So can anyone in the chat section just type what was their square number? Mine was 5. So I'm not sure if I can type it here, but right. I will just try and type it here. I'm not able to type it. Okay. So a very basic, a naive answer to this one would be if my square was, if I chose a grid of 5, my number of squares would be 5 cross 5. Okay, good answer. But it is not the correct answer. Let me just demonstrate how. If I choose 1, I have 1 square here. If I choose 2, my grid here becomes 2 cross 2. Now, if you look at this, I have 4 squares here, but I'm not looking at the bigger picture, which also has one more bigger square. So this becomes 5 squares here. Moving on to 3, I have 9 squares here and then I have a big one. But now I also have 4 smaller 2 cross 2 grids here. So by extension, the answer to this puzzle would be, if you have chosen n, the answer to this puzzle would be summation from 1 square to 2 square to 3 square plus 4 squared all the way up to n square, which simplifies to n multiplied by n plus 1 multiplied by 2n plus 1 by 6. So yeah, I hope I gave you some party talk and party banter. Uh, Coming to where we started from, on a scale of 1 to 10, how guilty would you say you are of falling prey to any of these biases and fallacies? And has your rating changed? If it has, it's the first step. It is a great first step, knowing that you do not think the way you think because you've been trained to think that way, but because you've been acting out of a lot of things that you have learned. And if it does not, I examine you. I welcome you to kind of, take a step back and observe what you're thinking and how you're thinking. Uh, with that, it brings me to the end of this session. Thank you so much. These are my social links. In case there are any questions, I would be really happy to take it. Great. You answered 8, right? So 8 was your grade, right? It was a 64 grid, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kriti. That was really insightful. It was a pleasure to have you today here. We're running out of time, so I'm happy now to introduce our next speaker, Niveta Maran. Hi.
Hi, hello.
Hi. So Niveta is going to talk about writing in Angular. We can't wait to hear your talk.
Thank you. So, yeah, let me start the session. So, hello everyone. Hope you're all doing good and keeping safe. I'm really excited and happy to be part of this amazing event of celebration of International Women's Day by Women Techmakers UK and Ireland team. I wanted to thank the team for giving me this wonderful opportunity. So, before getting started with the today's session, let me introduce myself. I'm working as a software engineer and have around 3.5 years of industry experience. And my area of expertise is all about web and in front-end technologies like Angular, React, and JavaScript. Apart from my day-to-day regular job, I'm also a passionate community person and been an ambassador for Google Developers Group and Women Techmakers Chennai here in India for almost 2 years, and have conducted many conferences, meetups, and hackathons. And a quick fact about me is I love public speaking, networking, and have delivered over 10 technical talks in international conferences like DevFest Norway or Technoli recently. That's pretty much about my professional side. And on my personal side, I'm the eldest daughter of my parents, and also I'm in a very strong relationship with coffee for many years now. That's pretty much about my personal side. So let's dive into this topic for today. Yes. So first of all, why do we need to start learning routing in the first place when we take Angular applications, right? So that's a really good question to ask. Let me give an answer for that. So in any single page application, we change what the user sees by showing or hiding a portions of that display corresponds to a particular component, rather than going out to a server to get a new page. As users perform application tasks, they need to move between different views that have been defined previously. To handle this basic navigation from one view to another, we use Angular Router. The router enables navigation by interpreting the browser URL as an instruction to change the view. And in any web application, there are going to be a bunch of different pages. We as a developer want the user to navigate to different pages on different conditions and scenarios. And so here, for example, we have different pages like home, about, login, and contact page, right? So if a customer or user wants to know more about the company, he might navigate to the about page. And also, if similarly, if he wants to know about ways to contact a company, he might go to the contact page, and also a login page to log into our application. So these are some of the most commonly seen pages, like in any web application you take in this today's world. And in this talk, we will be seeing with an example how we can attach different routes to each of them by using the awesome routing mechanism in Angular. So the main step in using the routing mechanism is setting up the routing module. So there are basically 5 steps in setting up the routing module as seen here. First one is adding the routing module. Second, importing the router module. Third, adding the router outlet. Then creating the desired routes. For example, home page, contact page, login page. And finally, adding different navigational links. And don't worry, let's see each of these steps in detail and finally see how we can create different routes for different components and make the users navigate easily in our web application. So the first step is adding the router module. Inside the source app create file, in our create routing module, we start by importing the ng module from @Angular core package, which is the TypeScript decorator as we all know, which is used to create an Angular module. And we also import the second module, which is the main router module and routes classes from the @Angular route package. This is what we need the most to make this routing mechanism work in our Angular application. So make sure to import these both main modules into our Angular application inside the file source app. After which, the router module provides starting methods like router module for route for passing a configuration object to the router. Next, we define a constant routes as highlighted in this blue section, which will have an array of type routes which will be used to hold information for each route. And in the imports attribute of this object, we call the router module dot for route, passing all those created constant routes method within this array. And then finally, we will be exporting the routing module we created just now. So, which is also simply a TypeScript decorated class using an ng module decorator. So this is how we set up the routing module with 3 simple steps. So let me just rewind again. First, we will be importing our most useful packages, which helps us to make the routing mechanism possible in Angular application, which is the router module and routes. Then we will create the constant routes of array and import them using the router module dot for route. And finally, exporting the created router module using the ng module decorator. So next, we want to import the creating routing module in the main app router of our web application. So as seen here, we imported the app routing module from the created routing module file, and we have added to the imports array of the main module as highlighted in the blue section. Next, we need to import this module into the main app using the source app module.ts file. Then finally, we have to add the router outlet file, which contains the main app template and the router outlet component. This is where the Angular router will render the component that corresponds to the current browser's path. That's the main step involved in setting up the routing mechanism in Angular. So that's all the different steps we need to follow in order to manually set up router inside an Angular project. And fourth step, which is the creating the desired routes. Now let's add routes to our components. Open the source app routing module file and add the constants which have like home page, login page, contact, and about page. So if you can see in this I highlighted section, we will be having a different objects, and each object will have 2 main keys. One is path and other is component. The path here denotes the corresponding route, and the component is the component which needs to get rendered when the particular path is being navigated to by the user. So these are the desired routes we want to create for a web application. And the fifth step, which is adding the navigational link. So we will be adding our navigational links using the router link directive provided by the Angular. So if you can see in this code here, we have added the router link, and we have mapped this to the created value, which is the routing constant from before slide. So here we have passed the different paths for each router link, and this is the final step. So after making all these changes, we will be able to see the different routes attached to different components as seen above. So the link for all these code changes are here in this tablets code. Do feel free to check out this link for reference. So just to remind you only about the 5 steps. So we have started with adding the router module using the packages. Next, we have created different router module routes. Third, we have exported the created routes. And fourth step, we have imported them and added the router outlet. And we have created desired routes. And finally, we have added the router links for the user to navigate to. So finally, we will be able to see this particular page with 4 different components created. And on clicking each component, we will be able to navigate seamlessly to different pages. So that's pretty much how we can use the Angular router to add routing and navigation into our application. We have seen different concepts like router outlet, routes, paths, and we saw an example to practically show the different concepts. So that's pretty much about what I wanted to share with you all. Hope you all have got a good idea of how to use routing mechanism to implement navigation. This is just a top level brief introduction to routing mechanism, which can be used for the users to navigate different pages. I would love to connect with you all either in LinkedIn or Twitter. I'm pretty much active over there. And thank you, WTM UK and Ireland team for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much for joining us today. That was a great talk, and I'll definitely be checking out some of the stuff that you shared with us. We don't have any questions, so I will leave it there. Thank you again. It was a pleasure to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. So next up, we are on break. So we will be back at 1:30, and after the break, we will have Kathy Ayers telling us about creating and collaborating in a pandemic. At 1:45, we'll have Jessica Ibarra-Gambril on how design thinking can improve your mental health. At 2:00, we'll have learning functional programming with Veronica Romashkina. Probably haven't pronounced that very well. And at 2:30, we will have meta skills development with augmented reality by Daria Yagorina. So yeah, we're going on a break, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. Welcome back to the UK and Ireland Women Techmakers International Women's Day event. We've had some really fantastic speakers throughout the day on both tracks, and coming up we have our last section of the day, unfortunately, but it is also jam-packed with some really interesting talks. So our first talk will be Kathy Ayers on creating and collaborating in a pandemic. Then Jessica will talk us through design thinking, improving your mental health. At 2 o'clock, we'll have Veronica talking about learning functional programming. And our last session before our giveaway is meta skills development with augmented reality, that's a mouthful, by Daria. So I'm going to bring in Kathy now, and she'll be able to talk us through creating and collaborating in a pandemic. So welcome, Kathy.
All right, thank you. I always love Women Tech Makers. I've already expressed my sorrow that it's not in person because I always enjoy the after party as well as all the talks, but it's always great to be part of it. And I've called this creating and collaborating during a pandemic, but really it's the story of the Data Hack for Good 2020, which didn't quite go according to plan. Or sometimes when I think about it, I call this story, it all started with a box of donuts. But before we get to the donuts, I want to talk to you a little tiny bit about my day job. I work for Allstate, which is a big US insurance company, and they have set up sort of a technical wing in Northern Ireland. But I specifically work in the data science department, which is called D3, Data Discovery and Decision Science. There's about 350 people in D3 across the US, a few in India. There's about 40 of us in Belfast. And they're data and analytic experts. It's all about what can we do with data? What can we learn from data? How can we use data to grow the business? And these are really bright people, and they work really hard, and they're very exciting. And I think I'm lucky every day I go to work because I'm so excited to work with these people and work with data. But that's only sort of part of it. That's my day job. I make sure that they're building good models and that we're understanding risk. They're doing amazing things with data. But one of the great sort of other things is Allstate Northern Ireland has been really serious about thinking about its corporate social responsibility. And so they have an organization internally called Force for Good, which tries to promote sort of events and opportunities and volunteering, and it gives away small amounts of money. So we've got Allstate Northern Ireland wanting to support corporate responsibility, help people use their tech skills in a way to make the world better. We've got the data science department, D3. Now it runs something that it calls Project Lightbulb. 10% of our work week in D3 is to be spent on development. And it is really very much self-selected development. So that if I wanted to go off and do a MongoDB certification course, I can. If I thought actually what I need to do is learn Mandarin, I could take 10% of my work week. We tend to do it on a Friday morning, and we just see where we get to. And we also try to share our ideas, and people might get excited or they may want to work together, things like that. So these two things sort of ran into each other in the summer of 2019. And what happened is that one of the data scientists had wanted to be able to look at some data around the city. And we work for a big corporation. There's a lot of firewalls. There's a lot of concern over data. And we've had a hard time, say, bringing in outside data to be able to use. But this data scientist discovered that he could start using the Belfast bikes, the little scheme where you rent a bike for 15 minutes or all day or whatever, that you could get the data off the site as to where the bikes were they getting checked out, where they were getting returned. And he started doing some analytics around this. And he went to Project Lightbulb and he started telling people, this is what I'm doing. And everybody was like, oh, this is kind of exciting. And then we all decided, wouldn't it be nice if we took a Friday afternoon or a whole day on Friday in the summer and just played with this data to see where we could get to? And this is where I came in, because I don't have a PhD in maths. I can program a little in R and a little in Python, but I wasn't building things quite the same. But what I seem to be good at is finding sources of money. And I thought, right, you guys want to do a hackathon? I'm going to see if I can get the company to buy us a box of donuts. And so I went to Force for Good, got some money out of them, more than a box of donuts worth, provided lunch, and we all got together and we did this work for all of one day in probably August in 2019. And when it was done, there were some really interesting things around the bikes, where they were being used, when they were being used, what the pattern looked like. And the data scientists were like, oh, this is really cool. Do you think we could tell somebody in Belfast City Council what we're doing this? And I was like, leave it with me. Because I had, before I went into technology, done a bit of work in the public policy sphere, and I knew some people. And I reached out to an elected representative and said, we've got this information. We'd like to be able to do sort of research, find out things that would be of use to the city council. Who should we talk to? And he ended up connecting us with the people in the Smart City section of Belfast City Council. And so we met with them and we showed them some of the work and some of the visualization. The original data scientist had at this point built an Alexa skill so that he could get up in the morning and ask Alexa if there were any bikes at his local docking station, so that he could decide when he had to leave the house, because he was either going to take a bike into the office or he was going to walk. So there were all sorts of things happening, and they were like, this is really exciting. Can we do something together? So we ended up partnering with Belfast City Council, that logo in the middle, and holding a night in Everything Data, which is one of the sort of local meetups. And we showcased some of the stuff. That's one of the charts there in the corner, showing where the bikes are in the station and how they change throughout the day. And one of the things that you can sort of see there is that the bikes are being used very much in the outer bits of Belfast for commuting, so that they seem to, in the morning, they may have been in the station out of the city center, but they then travel into the city center, and then they come in again at night. So there was stuff like that, and it was really exciting. And we thought, right, we've shown it off, we've developed a relationship. What happens next? Well, one of the people in Belfast City Council was like, Open Data Northern Ireland are about to sponsor a pot of money for an innovation and outreach fund. And we really think you guys would be great at holding a hackathon with some of the work you're doing, and that you could get funding from Open Data. I, for better or for worse, when somebody says something like this, immediately thinks, that's a good idea. I should do that. Someday I'm going to learn to say no. I hadn't at this point. And so we ended up applying to Open Data. And in early March last year, so 54 weeks ago, we were told we were awarded money. And that photo up there has a couple of the people who are involved in the planning. I'm not in that photo because I, at that time, was in Chicago on work, panicking on how I was supposed to hold a hackathon in late March, because that was our original idea. But we got the money. It was all systems go. It was going to be exciting. I was trying to source a childcare provider so that we could have a childcare as part of the hack. We had T-shirts ordered. We had water bottles. We had all sorts of stuff. And then lockdown happened. And we'd sort of made the decision before my company went into lockdown and before the government announced lockdown that we should probably, at the very least, postpone our hackathon that was due to take place 3 weeks later, because we thought things were getting a bit scary and a bit nervous. And I really actually kind of loved the fact that we were postponing, because I was in no way ready. And then the summer happened, and it was like, oh, do we really want to do a hackathon? It's going to be an awful lot of work. What are we going to do now? We're dealing with this whole working from home business. When the people who'd given the money, Open Data, were like, we'd really like you to spend the money. Can you give us a plan on how you're going to spend it? So I, with a couple of data scientists, the original one with his Belfast bikes and another one who's very involved in outreach, started thinking about what would we do if we did it virtually? And we knew it was going to be challenging. We're like, how do you run a hack when you can't have people in the same room and having that energy? So we decided that we were going to have 3 very discrete challenges around green COVID. Well, actually, it says green COVID. That wasn't true. It was really about trees at the time, around community health, some stuff around mobility, and some stuff around more of a how would you use open data to improve life in Belfast? And so we started working it up, and the data scientists started preparing materials, like if you have these discrete challenges, what kind of data sets would we be providing? What kind of data sets would we suggest they were using? How would they solve it? We were putting together sort of talks on using collabs and building things in Jupyter notebooks and using GBMs and doing stuff like that. And it was all fine. And we had decided we were going with November, and that was great. But a strange thing happened towards the end of October. Belfast City Council, the Smart Cities women, Kira Campbell and Andrea Thornberry, to give them a shout out, they came to us and they're like, we've been telling one of our partners about this great hackathon that's about to happen, and they want to know if they can get involved and help support us. And that's how 10 days before we held the hack, AWS rocks up virtually to my door and says, what can we do to help make this hackathon a success? And I've said already that I'm really bad at saying no. My immediate thought was, well, what can you give me? And they came along and they gave prizes. They gave us a whole bunch of echoes to give away. And then they also gave us their event engine, which meant we had access to their full data science tool suite, things like SageMaker. They had other data streams that could be brought along. So at the end, we end up in early November having this virtual hackathon. We used Meetup to advertise it and sign people up. We used Zoom on the day to run our sort of talks and workshops. We had a Discord server going on at the same time to allow breakout rooms. I had engineers and data scientists providing support pretty much close to 24 hours straight. We had AWS there with their event engine. I had boxes of swag I couldn't give away, but we brought people together. And the feedback was really good that by using both this sort of Zoom as talk thing and bringing people back and forth, that felt like the auditorium, the lecture hall, but that the Discord and that chat and the ability to go off into the side rooms was almost like being in that building and being able to meet people and talk with people. So what I learned, what I would take away from this is it's good to have friends. And when I say I have friends, it was an awful lot of talking with people, sparking ideas, seeing what you could do together, and just having those conversations. And then when they said, I'd like to bring this person in, it was great, which is point 2, be flexible. I never thought in 2020 I was going to be throwing a virtual hackathon, organizing a training schedule, bringing in my external speakers, having to figure out how I was going to give away my Just Eat vouchers on a Discord server, all that. But there was that flexibility. And because of that flexibility, we could do things like bring in the AWS and the event engine, change up perhaps what we were thinking of the challenges, make sure that it suited more. And that was the other thing. Ask. I'm on record for saying I'm always a little scared in Allstate because nobody's ever said no to me, that I wander into a room and say, I would like to do this. Can you give me this? And people say yes. So I think that asking is a really important step, and that you might be surprised at how many people say yes to you or give you things or help you get there. But part of that, I think, is the other bit, the listening. Spent a lot of time listening to Belfast City Council talking about where they were going with smart cities and the Belfast City deal, listening to open data and what they wanted to find out. And it was about, which makes the asking more effective, to say, when I do this, I will be able to give this to you. So there's a lot there too. And finally, which I still have problems getting my head around, is that virtual can be good. We had great engagement. We had great enthusiasm. People seemed to really enjoy themselves. They got a lot of skills out of it. It was amazing. We had first years who had probably been in university 8-10 weeks who were doing data analysis on air traffic fatalities by the end of the hackathon. It was extraordinary. But one of the things virtual meant was that you could have people from all over. We had Americans in our hackathon. I don't know how they got there. I don't know why they were there, but that to me is extraordinary. And actually, an American company, we've told them all about our hackathon. They are really excited about it and are planning on doing something like that, very much based on the virtual and how do you do this and how do you do engagement, in a way to do outreach to groups that have not necessarily been traditionally recruited or involved in. So the virtual can work. It's not as great as being able to go to the pub afterwards, but it's got some advantages. And so don't let it stop you. And finally, planning has begun for the Data Hack for Good 2021. We're looking at probably launching it on the 4th of June. The Everything Data meetup will have all the information about it beforehand. But among the things is we're hoping that a month before we'll bring the winners of last year together. One who built a live dashboard that shows recycling and success toward 0% waste for all the local councils in Northern Ireland. As it's going, it's live, it's feeding all the time. Another group did an app around monitoring some women's health concerns, some really exciting stuff, lots of opportunities still, probably something around mobility this time, and again, COVID, and how do you bring a city back, or what can the data say? But we're beginning it. We're going virtual because I don't know that I have confidence that I'm ever going to be allowed to be in a room with another person. But that's my story of how just looking to get money for a box of donuts led to this really exciting opportunity to collaborate both with people I work with, people external in my organization, and people all over Northern Ireland and further afield to try to use technology to do good. And that's me.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kathy. It's always good to know somebody that's good at getting funding for things.
I like I said, nobody has ever said no to me. I haven't got my money for this year yet, but we'll see.
And that's fantastic. I will definitely be checking out the Data Hack for Good 2021. Looking forward to it.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, so next up we have Jessica Ibarra-Gambrel, and she is going to be talking to us today about how design thinking can improve your mental health.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much, Rachel. Let me pop that in presenter mode here. I'll be fully transparent, folks. I have one screen, so I'm flying blind today. And usually at these conferences, I have a friend who accompanies me. Not that they happen all the time. That makes it sound like it happens all the time. But I have someone who comes with to take like a picture, a little memento. So if anybody would be so kind as to take a screenshot or something, please, and share it with me on social, I would love it so much. So yeah, I'm here today. I want to talk about two things in my life that are super big: mental health and design thinking, and how the two of them combined really helped me through a very difficult time in my life. And I thought maybe before we get started that we ought to start with just taking a breath. So if you wouldn't mind with me, breathing in and sigh of relief out. Oh, that feels better already. So the reason I had us doing that was there was a recent podcast that I listened to with Brene Brown, and she was speaking with Dr. Susan David. They're talking about toxic positivity and how we often forget that there's this price of admission to meaningfulness and to finding some of our life's understandings and awarenesses, and that is the price of discomfort. And so the reason I had us take a breath there, and I'm going to have us take just one more, is I want to start out in a place that might be uncomfortable. Now, just to warn you, there are no trigger warnings here. Everything is something that has been experienced by us universally. But I want you once again to take a breath in and a deep breath out. Okay. As you might have guessed, I want to talk about 2020. 2021 is not doing us any favors, let's be honest. But 2020 was definitely the year that tested us. And although our circumstances may have been different and specific items might have changed or specific privileges may have afforded us a different experience, I think it's very safe to say that we all had a tough time. And by the middle of 2020, 1 in 5 people in the UK were suffering from depression. And this was a number that doubled since 2019, and that's according to the Office for National Statistics. So that's really the statistic that inspired me to want to give this talk today, for that mental toughness that we've all been enduring and that resilience that we've all been looking for. But we are also going to need to address some of the issues that we are going to have coming up as things change once again. So the virus, of course, tested us. It's a catalyst for everything. The protests, whether it was individually or as a group, definitely tested us. Climate change tested us. We had our own personal challenges, which may not have been directly related to COVID, but they were definitely affected by it and maybe even expanded on because of it. And then, of course, professional challenges. So all of those things that we have can really have an amazing ability to now sit back and reflect on what just happened. And that's what this all has to do with design thinking. And I'm coming from it from a quote that I quote myself, not to be narcissistic, but because I want to articulate it correctly, which is, this is something I love about design thinking. There's no failure or challenge in this case without a purpose. Now, design thinking might be familiar to many of you. For those of you who aren't sure, the shorthand version is it's a 5-step process or framework that's often used for innovation. And it's becoming more and more widely accepted by corporations, some of which are using it in bits and pieces, much to my dismay, I have to say, as ways to create sort of a diversity in thought. But I've been practicing design thinking for 20 years. I've also been suffering from anxiety and depression for more than those 20 years. And I'm here to tell you that the two things combined, you can find something else. So I wonder if any of you have been through any type of different therapy that may be available and come across the idea of distress tolerance, for example. So distress tolerance is a real game changer. It allows us in the moment to learn how to understand and acknowledge how we can use certain tools that we've learned to apply so that, for example, in a talk like this, where I might be incredibly nervous, how I can continue to proceed. But what's important there is to recognize the why and not just trample over it, okay? And so again, I really love the idea of design thinking to help us investigate it, because it does have us starting off in a phase where we're trying to understand ourselves. Now, because I'm putting it in this context of mental health and wellness, I don't want to give you the wrong impression. The 5 stages, the 5 steps, as it were, of design thinking are not actually steps at all. It's a framework that you might go backwards and forwards and around with. And so I don't want you to feel like it's a step-by-step process or some sort of thing that you can just walk your way through, like so many self-help books might be, yeah? So for example, you might be in the prototype phase and find that something's not working. It's expected for you and understood that you might go back to ideate once again. Or you might go even as far back as define, to really make sure you're defining the problem correctly. So let's start talking about it in terms of the stages or the phases of design thinking and the framework. So again, I just gave you permission to jump around from phase to phase and move back and forth. But it's really important to emphasize the fact that you must always start here, the empathize phase. And don't be don't be thinking that just because this is happening to you that you know what it feels like, right? Because empathy is so much more than that. You want to make sure that you're examining really what it is that you're feeling and what it is that or why it is that you're feeling that particular way. So the way that I like to do this is through data tracking. Now, I was introduced to this wonderful data humanist, Georgia Lupi. If you are not familiar with her, definitely look her up, take down her name. She does incredible, beautiful data visualizations, and she does most of them in an analog form. She does have a TED Talk. It is very inspirational, and I would highly recommend you check it out. She has this amazing way, like I say, of visualizing the data, and it works really well for people who don't like the idea of traditional journaling, for example, or people who don't want to put personal data within their digital devices. So I wanted to offer this as an example of how you can track this data even without needing those two types of tools. So the next phase is define. So now you have the data that you need. And now you want to understand how it is that you got here by defining what are your needs. What is the problem that you're trying to solve? So of course, if you have data that is digital being tracked on a phone or things like that, you can use algorithms and filters and things to figure out, oh, okay, I see these connections that are being made. Otherwise, if you're using a traditional journal or you're using some of Georgia Lupi's visualization techniques, then you just want to look for trends, okay? And what these will reveal to you is exactly what those connections are of things that you might be able to change. Kind of an if this, then that statement, of course, is what you're trying to look for. So one example from my personal life is I was going to Queens, I was taking an MBA, and I had a late class on Mondays. It got out at like 7:30 or 8 o'clock on Monday nights. And I happened to notice that on Tuesdays when I had a morning class, I would wake up incredibly grumpy. And I thought, what in the world is going on? What is within my behavior? What is within my control that I couldn't change this? Because I don't like going into class feeling this way. And I realized that every night when I got home, I would just sit on the couch and watch television. And I mean, Made in Chelsea was on Monday nights at that time, so it wasn't exactly like really great mental stimulation. It was definitely like turn your brain off TV, okay? And so for me, I realized that maybe that television viewing is not adding to my sleep, is not adding, which is therefore negatively impacting my behavior. So just an idea of how you might define something, just as simple as that. So the next phase we come to then is the ideate phase, the creative phase, if you will. And this is where you start thinking in how I might statements. So for me, it would be, how might I get better rest on Monday nights, okay? And what you essentially do here is just brainstorm, right? You come up with as many ideas as you can. Personally, the way I like to take care of it is by going through and actually pushing my ideas onto Post-it notes or a whiteboard, setting up a timer if I need to. But then, and this is where the magic happens, I walk away, okay? I walk away from those ideas. I don't make any decisions at that point. And I go on about my life. And maybe while I'm washing dishes, or maybe while I'm watching TV, or maybe while I'm eating a sandwich, I have another idea. And I'm like, oh, let's go add that. And I do that for a couple more days. And you know what? Sometimes those are the ideas that actually work really well. So it's kind of interesting to me because this ideate phase, a lot of times people are like, oh, I have to come up with the best idea right here, right now. But truly, the more time you can give yourself with it, the better off you're going to be. And the more options you have in case that idea wasn't actually going to prove to be your best one, right? So the other thing I would say before I move on here is don't think about how possible those ideas are, just anything. Even if for me it was like, well, if I could sleep on a cloud on Monday nights, you know, just get it out there because you never know what other thoughts that might trigger from the vibrations you're putting out in the universe, okay? So now let's look at the next, prototyping. What's interesting about prototyping is it's a draft, right? And it doesn't have to be elaborate. It just has to be something that you can interact with, okay? Something that you can play with and see how does it work? Not even necessarily if it works yet, but how does it work? And again, this comes back to my quote. This is where the failure is really informative because a failed prototype actually adds some valuable insight into what you're trying to understand here, right? So don't beat yourself up if you've gone through 4 different ideas and none of them are working. That's the whole purpose. I mean, imagine if you were just simply doing nothing, right? And so this is where I want you to meet my prototype. Her name is Adrienne. She's on YouTube. She's amazing. And I randomly found her on YouTube searching for other videos. And I ended up thinking, I wonder, and she seemed very personable and she had very fast classes. They were like 15, 20 minutes long. And I thought, what if I replaced some of my television? Maybe not all, because I still have to catch up on Made in Chelsea. But what if I replace some of my television before bedtime with this yoga? And just see what happens. How does it impact my mood on a Tuesday? And I saw a change right away. But it's important to know that if I hadn't seen that change, I needed to be willing to withdraw that option and not beat myself up about it. It's not me. It's the option that's causing some problems here. And there's something about it that needs to change. So that brings us to our final step, which is testing. Testing is that phase that can sometimes be difficult because we think, well, what the heck is the difference between when I'm prototyping and when I'm testing? Am I not just trying to figure out if it all works, right? And so I like to say it this way, that prototyping is an experiment and testing is seeing if it's sustainable, okay? Prototyping will tell you, yes, this works. And testing will prove to you that it works over a longer period of time. So say, for example, that yoga before bedtime works until it doesn't. And then I have to be willing to go back to the prototype or possibly even the ideate phase to find something else that can continue to improve my mood on those Tuesdays. And that brings me back again to my quote, something that I love about design thinking. Again, no failure or challenge without a purpose. And I would love it if we can redesign our narrative around 2020, not to be the year we all want to forget, but the year we had a lot of data and opportunity to learn some new ways to take care of ourselves. So this was a really quick overview. And I know many people like to have this list, and maybe you've even been trying to take notes, and I apologize because like I say, it's so quick. This is a short URL that I created for where this originally posted was a blog post for Queens, but I also have it on my WordPress blog. So I've linked you to that there. It's fairly similar. I mean, it's not scripted by any stretch, but it's fairly similar. So hopefully it's a good reference for you to look back on. If you want to come back and check any of the things that I talked about. And then if you want to find me on social, I love having conversations. I love getting to meet new people. So you can find me Twitter and Clubhouse at PackLeadHer. I'm also promoting some shamelessly my Instagram for our new puppy, because puppies make everyone happy and they're great for mental health, right? And even if you're allergic, pictures are still cute to look at. So Bookjingay is our new puppy we're getting soon. So I'm shamelessly throwing that up there, but also, like I said, maybe it can help with that as well. So that's it from me. I'm going to take another deep breath. Thank you so much.
Jessica, thank you so much for that presentation. Definitely lots and lots of really good tips in there for absolutely everyone. And I'll be definitely checking out the dog's Instagram too. Unfortunately, we don't really have any time for any questions, but definitely check out Jessica's socials that she's posted. You'll definitely get lots of good tips there. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.
Next up, we have Veronica, who's going to talk to us about learning functional programming. So welcome, and thank you for joining us today. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. So thank you everyone for joining me today for my talk. My name is Veronica Romashkina, and I want to talk about learning functional programming today with you. Why you should consider doing that and how to start, what steps to take. I will use a few examples of code written in Haskell functional programming language, but don't be afraid of that. I will explain some of the syntax, but you don't need to understand every concept to be able to understand what I want to tell you. So bear with me. A few words about myself. I'm a functional programming enthusiast. I have more than 4 years of working with functional programming languages in production. Mostly I use them in backend, but I also had experience of working with functional programming languages on the front-end side. I'm also very active open source maintainer and contributor. My friend and I, we created the organization called Kavanik, where we do a lot of projects on our free time, and they're all related to functional programming as well. We write different tutorials and help people to get into the language as well by mentoring them and providing beginner-friendly documentation. Some of the big projects I was participating in is Google Summer of Code, Hacktoberfest, where we mentor people who are starting their journey with functional programming in open source, and Learn for Haskell. This is a functional programming course, and I will cover this a little bit further. I am speaking about functional programming, but what is that? What's actually functional programming? I guess that most of you currently are using very different object-oriented programming languages at the moment, such as Java or JavaScript or Python or anything else. But functional programming is a different programming paradigm. So when I think about these two paradigms, I like the following example. So for object-oriented programming, imagine a box with a lot of buttons and arms on that. You don't see what's going on inside when you have a data and want to do something with that. You push that buttons and have that arms moving and get something transformed with your data. But for functional programming, it's more like the conveyor. You have a data on that conveyor, and above that, you have a different tubes that could represent different functions. And you can compose it in the best way you need. So the data will be changed the way you will structure these tubes above, and you will see how it will transform with time. But that's not the only difference. There are two additional concepts and paradigms in programming. This is imperative and declarative programming. And I need to mention that most of the object-oriented languages use imperative programming, while most of the functional programming languages, they use declarative. And these two are also very different from each other. Let's look at this in this way. Imagine that imperative programming is a film director. He needs to set the scene. He needs to do all decoration, put the right lighting, and have a script for the chosen actors for that specific act and scene. But declarative is like a book writer. He or she describe it on the more high level. Let's look at this example. We have a scene where people are sitting in the park and feeding pigeons. As a film director, you need to think about a lot of things. You need to choose the park closet, choose the actors, give them the script, they should sit, and you should set the lighting and film it is the way it will be visible what's going on and what you want to say. But as a writer, you just describe what's going on in this scene. You describe that people were sitting in the park and the sky was blue and the sun was shining. The more programming example to that is filtering out a list where we want to have only even elements. In imperative programming, what we will do, we should consider for each element what should happen with it. If it's even, we want it. If it's not, then we should do something else. While when you write in the declarative style, you just say that here is my list and I want to filter it with only even elements and get it back as a return. Yes, so you see how different these approaches are, how different way of thinking they assume. So if you are currently in object-oriented programming languages, why should you even bother using functional programming? This is a really good question, and I will say that this is very important to understand how beneficial this could be for you as a developer in other area. It's very nice to learn something which is absolutely different from what you are doing in your day-to-day life. Functional programming is very robust and straightforward, and in some specific problems, it could benefit your application or program or product much more. So being aware of different solutions in different situations makes you a better developer or architect. So it's important to improve yourself in that direction as well. And besides that, functional programming is actually already everywhere. You can see different languages on this slide, and you know that not all of them are functional by design, but functional programming concepts are finding their way into the mainstream languages as well. For example, Python new release will have pattern matching with one of the concepts of functional programming as well. From this list of languages, some of the languages also are, their compilers are written in functional languages. So you see how FP is seeping into all of current languages currently. But if that's so nice and good to have for other people, why we all always hear that functional programming is difficult? By making a simple query in Google, what is functional programming is, you will receive very controversial opinions, actually. You can see that some say that functional programming is bad and functional programming is future, it's better than OOP, or it's dead. These concepts are not working well together. So why it's happening? You need to know that functional programming is another paradigm. It requires you to think differently, to have your mind be changed. And it's not that easy to do. You need to adjust to that new way of thinking, and it requires time. And it also required a lot of resources. But as functional programming community is much smaller and we have less people inside, we don't have that much resources. But for resources, we need actually people to create that. So it's a circle, and our goal is to break that. Another problem that I see is that there are no official solution in all of the languages. Some of them are quite new, and they didn't establish some best practices or official solutions. So it could be understood as languages for experiments or something like that. But let's see at the good part of functional programming. Functional concepts which actually could be really useful. First one I want to mention is purity. Purity means that your function don't have side effects. This leads to better and maintainable and testable code that you can reason about. Another concept is higher order functions. Functional programming is based around function notion. So here you can use functions as argument to other functions. And this concept will help you to decompose your problem into the smaller pieces and to compose it in the better and ergonomic way. Next one is totality. Totality means that a function on each input will produce some reasonable output for you. So it's guaranteed that there won't be any runtime exception. And this is also good for reasoning about your code, and don't step into some runtime exceptions. Immutability. This one could be tricky when you're just coming to functional programming, as you and most people have struggle with understanding how can you actually program without changing values. But the immutability itself could be really beneficial when you start working with that. For example, you won't have any unexpected failures due to the changes in global variable in the global states. So you at each point of running of your application could tell what will be going on with your data. Another one is algebraic data types. This is also very important as it helps you to construct better structures and more flexible structures to represent your solution and your data. This can also lead to the better solution algorithm as well. And the pattern matching. This is very useful and handy for developers, as you can handle the particular specific case in different situations as you wish. This is the overview of some of the concepts functional programming have, but that's not all of them. There are much more. I just wanted to highlight and show some of them. I hope that you a bit excited about functional programming now, but there are so many languages, so which one you should choose for learning this concept and paradigms? I usually advise Haskell for that. Haskell is a canonical functional programming language which has inside all functional concepts. And also, I bet that this language will be very different from the language you are using in your day-to-day life. And when you will be familiar with such different approach, it would be easy for you to get into any other functional programming language, as it will have the similar concept as Haskell has. Also, Haskell has a few other benefits that helps exactly teaching and learning purposes. Let's look at that. First one is a static typing system. Haskell has a very good compiler which is called GHC, and especially for people who are not get used to working with typed system, such compiler could be really helpful. It will help with type inference and type errors and will guide you throughout your learning path. Pure function by default is also very nice when you start learning functional programming language, as there won't be any side effects. You will be able to learn the concepts themselves and not struggling with any side effects outside, and you can focus on learning and applying that. Also, Haskell is very easy to refactor. With the help of the compiler and some other tools, this process becomes very easy. And when you learn and need to refactor and change some stuff, it could be also very helpful. And also, I want to highlight that concurrency in Haskell is very nicely done and achievable. I will show an example later. For now, I want to focus on composability and what I mean by that. First, I need to mention that Haskell is lazy by default language. There are lazy and strict languages. In strict languages, each expression is evaluated immediately, regardless if it's needed or not. But in lazy languages, expressions are only evaluated when the compiler actually use them and need them. And this is not a bad thing. Actually, this leads to more efficient function composition. Let me show you that on the example. Our task is, we have a list of some strings and we want to get the answer. If there is a string that has more than 10 characters inside that list. And let's look at the implementation in both Python, strict language, and Haskell, the lazy language. For that, we need to get to decompose this issue into a few more functions. First one we need is to have a list of integers, the length of strings from the given list of strings. And you see the code both in Python and Haskell look really alike. We are using mapping over the input list with the length function. And the implementation also suggests us that some of the way of functional code is already in very mainstream languages nowadays. Another component we need for the result function is a function that will tell us if among the list of numbers we have one that is bigger than 10. And again, you can see that the solution to this one very similar to the one in Python. So let's look at the difference in the high-level solution. So here you see the final function that composes written before by us function. And in Python, it will be strictly evaluated, while in Haskell, it will be lazy and more efficient. In Python, string length function, the first one, will need to get through each element of the input value in order to give the input to hasBigInt function. So it will go through each element, but in Haskell, it will consume only necessary amount of elements that would give us the answer. For example, if we have a list of 10 elements and the third one is a string that is bigger than 10 characters, then the result will be given immediately and we won't consume any more elements from the list. This is very important to understand because it allows you to write very small functions which will together still work very efficiently. But in other languages, for efficiency, you probably will need to write each function for your particular use case and optimize it yourself. Let's look at concurrency example here. Haskell has very easy functions to work with concurrency. Let's say that we want to download 2 images and our function is taking 2 URLs and we wanted to return 2 images. You see that we are using concurrently function and it actually does everything we need concurrently inside. So we don't need to think about any other concurrent issues, which we usually need to think when working with concurrent code. So we just download both images and return it. Another example, if we want a download image with timeout. For example, if the download takes more than 5 seconds, we will need to return something else. Here I use the text image unavailable. And the type signature also suggests us what's going on. It takes a URL and it will return us either the image or the text, which I mentioned previously. For that, we are using raise function and tell it 2 actions that needs to be performed. It's download image, but second one, it waits 5 seconds, and if the download is not finished yet, it will immediately return the text. The good thing about this raise function as well that you don't need to think about handling the left threads, as everything will be finished within this function, and you don't need to think about memory or space leaks. That's all good, but no language is useful if nobody using it, if there is no ecosystem around it. And for Haskell, the answer is yes. Many companies, even big companies, are using that for different parts of their products. It's used for spam filtering and language processing, GraphQL, some web, and much more. The recent survey in Haskell community showed that actually a lot of companies in different areas are using the language. It's healthcare, it's fintech, it's web, it's insurance, it's mortgages, much more. And most of the time, people say that it's good for constructing DSLs, smart languages, command line tools, parsing. Haskell has really nice parser combinators for that. And of course, compilers. Even Haskell compiler is written in Haskell. And why actually companies are choosing this language? The number one reason is maintainability. Companies want to be sure that the code is maintainable, and in the future it will be easier to refactor and to add new features and make changes. Also, the concurrency has a big value, and for work in the big teams, the language is very composable and expressive, so it's very nice to have. And it allows you to write very elegant code, which is a very nice feature as well. I hope that you are curious about Haskell language and functional programming. So I want to tell you how to start learning Haskell. My suggestion is to start with a Learn for Haskell GitHub-based online course, because its goal is to be accessible to everyone, especially for newcomers to functional programming. It contains all necessary information about both functional programming and Haskell syntax and Haskell concept and basics. So you don't need any additional resources to get the idea of functional programming. Also, the course is GitHub-based, so it provides the review process of your solution, and you can use the platform to discuss the concept and to share the ideas and to learn more from the maintainers as well. We started this project for Hacktoberfest last year, and the result actually were quite impressive for us. We received more than 500 PR, and more than 200 people tried Haskell that month. That was incredible, and actually people came from very different backgrounds, and most of them didn't have anything to do with functional programming before. So we also learned quite a lot from that experience, and we saw what are the main points that you need to know in starting learning functional programming. Some of the experience we gathered in this advice for you. Ask questions, ask for help when you're stuck, and generally. The recent questionnaire about functional programming learning showed that half of the people don't ask questions and they walk this journey alone. This is not healthy. I suggest you to ask questions on probably specific platforms or community chats or just on social media as well. People usually are very responsive in there. You also can find mentor, the person who could help with all those problems. And of course, the practice is the main thing that you need to do. Just grab any ideas for the project. Some project you maybe previously already done in other language, but you can rewrite it with a newly learned functional language as well. Open source could be helpful in this as well. You can check some project and help maintainers by resolving some issues in there. In return, you could get very useful advice from maintainers and more understanding of how to structure Haskell code, what is the best practices as well. I also suggest to be involved into the community, as community it will show you where the language is going. It will show you what's the commonly used libraries or practices, so you be aware of some things in there. And I also believe that you can start participating in language-specific events very early, so don't hesitate to join events. So let's sum this up. I showed that yes, learning functional programming could be difficult and frustrating, but it's changing. It's getting better, so don't be afraid to check it out. Don't be afraid to try it out, because this actually helps you to become a better developer, even in your already used language, not only in functional programming. Here are some resources I prepared for you to check out, just to see how to start with Haskell as well. And yeah, this is my contacts. You can write to me anytime. Don't hesitate to come to me with any functional programming questions or just any feedback. I will really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Veronica. That was a really good intro to functional programming, and you've definitely convinced me to give Haskell a try. So thank you for sharing that with us today. It was great to have you on the talks.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. So next up we have Dr. Daria Yagorina. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I'm just at you now. So welcome, and thank you for joining us today and giving your talk, Meta Skills Development with Augmented Reality in K-12. So I'm just going to
Will I be sharing
hand it over
the
to you.
slides?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. Thanks for having me. Will I be
So if you
sharing the
wanna go
slides?
ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a second.
Yeah, if you go ahead.
Just give me a second.
And then I will remove mine.
Okay. Do you see my slides? I take it as yes. Okay, thanks for having me here. And I would like to have more generic topic, but also very interesting and important topic connected to the development of meta skills with the help of the augmented reality, one of the innovative technologies at the school level. And why it is so important for us to make sure that we are actually covering the kids that can be better equipped with the future skills and with the important skills that they so much need for the future jobs. Well, first of all, I want to give you a little bit of introduction of what is technology and why it's so important. And we all know that in the past, technology was developing slowly, and in the future, we see that the change of technology and how fast it develops and changes our lives and the business and everything around, it is so fast. So in the future, the change, the constant change, will be the norm. And the whole technology, the whole world in business and in our personal lives will be extremely transformative, unpredictable, and relentless. So how can we actually make sure that we are following this path? How we can make sure that we are getting ready ourselves and the kids as well? Well, first of all, let's talk about education. I like the saying that education is important, but the most important thing is not about how educated you are. It's about how you are educated, how you are equipped with those skills, and how you are actually working towards the goal of getting this lifetime learning experience. And that's something that is connected not only for the school kids, it's also connected for everybody, the adults as well. Learning something new all the time and equipping yourself with something, with some new skills all the time is exactly what we all need. Because in the relentless and unpredictable world, this is the only thing that will help us to keep floating and to keep making sure that we are actually striving and getting the ideas put in place, the dreams come true, and that things that happen around. But what can help us all to do that, and especially the kids at school? It's the meta skill. So you might think like meta skill is probably the same as other skill sets, like knowing how to program, knowing how to read, knowing how to use social media, knowing how to put the ideas in practice, some operational skills. And actually it is not. Meta skill is something completely different and is so much bigger than just a skill. Meta skill is a catalyst for learning and building the new skills faster. It's the background behind the scenes that helps us to facilitate the development of the skills that we need for the future job, that we need to put our ideas and projects in place. This is something that is not temporary like other skills. If you have learned how to do some certain things in the past let's say cooking the bread, we're making the dough and all those things. This is a skill of making the bread. But when the bread making machine comes up, your skill becomes redundant. So it was a temporary skill. Opposite to this, the meta skill is a permanent skill. It's more broad approach of learning and understanding on how you can actually develop those temporary skills that will help you to live, thrive, develop yourself professionally as well. So thinking of that, what are those meta skills? And those meta skills are actually 7 important skills that supports the whole concept of catalyzing the skills, that skill that are underneath the meta skills. So first of all, think of how important it is to lead others in today's world. We read so much and we see so much about the leaders and how important to be a leader, how it's important to be a leader opposite to the manager, lead by example, doing something extraordinary and being charismatic. That's the meta skill of being able to lead the others. But how you can lead the others if you're not able to lead yourself? So you need to start with your own self and understand how you can build your day, how you can make sure you have your proper time management skills in place, how you can lead yourself towards the goals, how you can put the goals in front of you and achieve those goals. That's the important notion of being able to lead yourself towards something you're looking to. And once you're able to lead yourself and motivate yourself, you will be able to lead others. Another important meta skill is the task management. There are so many things going around, and managing right now something that we have on our table is absolutely important. Why is it important? So we focus managing now and managing the tasks now, meaning that you focus your attention on something that really matters at this point of time. Because in the diversified world of digital technologies and a lot of digital noise, it is so difficult to have the focus on something what you're doing. So you need to always learn and never stagnate. And that actually means manage now and manage all the tasks on your table, meaning you know how to prioritize them. So this importance of and the sense of purpose of what you're doing is something that leads you forward towards leading yourself and managing the tasks as well. We need to understand that technology brings us really closer in the big world, but the big world becomes even more bigger. So the tasks that you might have on your table, if you, for example, work in a professional career, or you work in the, or you have your own business, you have so many tasks at your table. So you need to understand how to do this management. Important thing is the communication. Communication was always important, and it will keep to be important. But with a little tiny twist here for the meta skills purpose, it's the communication with an impact. You can communicate things differently, and you can deliver the information by all possible ways, in writing and speaking and doing the podcasts and doing the writing the books. But how much of impact you're going to make, and how much of impact on which people you're going to make? This is what when we're talking about the meta skills of being able to communicate with an impact. Deliver the message that will touch the hearts, deliver the message that will touch the souls of other people and motivate them to thrive, learn, do more, and be a different selves. One more important thing that one more important meta skill I'd like to mention is creative thinking. We see that artificial intelligence, machine learning, and everything that is technology-based is taking away step by step those little tiny jobs that are more mechanical. What can help the person to survive in the world full of machines? Although we know that artificial intelligence right now is not the top really intelligent and top really thinking, it's more like a machine learning, but creative thinking is something that sets us apart. We are, as humans, need to be creative and innovative to make sure that we are shaping our ideas in the way that machines can shape. And that's something that sets us apart from the machines as well. That's why one of the important meta skills is the creative thinking. And we need to develop that from the early age. And the interesting thing here that when there was a research done by the reputable organization on the kids who were up to 5 years old, their creativity boost was up to 90 and 100% because they were able to see the world in different eyes. Once they went to school, the same group of kids, and at the age of 12, their creativity dropped by 60%. And I think that's the sad news that among the adults, the creativity actually is down up between 2 to 5% because we are so much into this routine. We are so much put this information at school on us, making sure that we are following the same curriculum, making sure that we are following the same guidelines, and that actually no personalized learning approach doesn't support the creativity at all. Think of creative thinking and being an innovative person is always on the top of the machines, is always a meta skill that is in demand. Another way of being ready for the future is having the meta skill of reasoning and understanding what you see and how you can critically thinking realize what the situation is in place. You will be able to put them some strategy in place. You will be able to develop yourself, your business, and grow professionally. So critical thinking and reasoning is the ability to identify essentially the information that you have on your plate and understand which is true, which is incorrect, which is a false and fake news, which information can be used for something good, which information is not relevant or redundant at all. So that's why those 7 meta skills that we need, all of us, to develop in ourselves in order to survive in the future. But I want to focus on the school level and have a look at those meta skills and reflect back. Have you ever come across them when you were a kid? Have you ever come across them at school? And those skills must be the part of the curriculum to make sure that the schools will be the place that will actually make sure that they find the personalized approach to teach kids, when they will follow the kids' dreams, when they will discover the talents in the early age at school, and instead of putting the same curriculum and the same books and the same notion at all the kids and leaving them confused upon the graduation, what they need to do with this knowledge now and how they can apply that in the real world scenario. There you go. The meta skills are here. But those meta skills focus on important areas. And one of the important areas is self-awareness of leading yourself and leading others, and creativity. Obviously, as I said, that's one of the hugest parts of the human development, and this is something that will always be there and support the humankind in growing, striving, and being set apart from the artificial brains and machines. And another one is resilience. Have you ever thought of the resilience as the part of the curriculum at school? Resilience is not the buzzword. This is something absolutely important for kids and for adults to survive in the current digital and technology empowered world. Being resilient is having a backup plan. Being resilient is to accept yourself the way you are. Being resilient is being able to accept the reality and find plan A and plan B, plan C, and any plan till the end of until the alphabet finishes. Because resilience is the ability to adapt yourself to the situations, the ability to be positive in any situation and find the outcome that will be beneficial for you and society around you. And now, what is augmented reality? And you might think, like, come on, now you're talking about technology. Before you were talking about the skills and about meta skills, but how is it connected to the technology? So essentially, what is augmented reality? Augmented reality is the reality that is absolutely overlaid on something that we can see and perceive around us. And if you have a look at the augmented reality from the outside, this is a technology, and any technology that we have around us needs an application, and it comes from what is the background of this technology. So if augmented reality is a technology that supports the overlay of the real world scenarios on the surroundings and around kids, what can it develop? If you think deeply, the augmented reality, first of all, as the tool for visualization, it supports the development of creative thinking. It supports the innovation development. It supports these meta skills of growing and thriving and being and having a different eyes on the world around you. If you can hold the planet Earth on your hands, for you, everything is possible. And this is something that supports the kids in being so innovative at the early age. If you can apply augmented reality on different tools and provide the quality content where kids can actually build their own realities and share that with the friends, you are developing two essential meta skills. One is when you build something and create, you reason something, you manage the tasks. And when you build that together with your friends, you're able actually to collaborate and work in teams. What could be better as the working in teams and making sure that you are supporting this collaboration across cultures? And if you remember, I mentioned before that the world, thanks to digital, is so small and it's so big at the same time. And we need to learn how we can collaborate across the cultures. We need to learn from the early age how we can work with the kids our kids can work from the kids from different countries, and that will support their intercultural development. It will support their teamwork, and we will get the skills ready for them from the early stage when the kid from Ireland works with the kid from Italy and they create something within the augmented reality together. Isn't it a fantastic project that will develop several meta skills for them? And that will be something that is absolutely normal for them, rather than coming outside the university, college, or school and have the demand of working at in the intercultural teams as the skill that they need to have. They will have that, and that will be absolutely new normal for them. So think of what are actually the main things that augmented reality can provide us and the kids if we use it at school. So augmented reality supports, in first place, seeing. When you use augmented reality as a visual technology, it supports obviously what you can see in the 3D dimensional overlay on the real world that you have. it helps to develop your imagination, because you imagine you can hold the earth in your hands. You can bring the elephant to the room. You can travel around the world and see the heritage and everything. You can even build your spaceship and you can launch it into space or on different missions and different planets. What else can support better than this kids' imagination when they are doing and interacting and traveling around the world and around the space, just using one simple tool? It helps them to create their own realities in the good scenarios. And when they are creating and co-creating, I mentioned before, they have those opportunities to develop something themselves. They have those opportunities to create their own worlds. And if they have any peers, like friends or classmates, or peers from a completely different country, where they work together on creating the reality of their own street, their own city, their house, their country, their landscape, this is the opportunity to be creative and innovative here. They are learning, because everything we do, we learn. And it's so important to learn by doing things, which the tools of the augmented reality support this, and they provide kids the opportunity to explore the content. They provide the opportunity to learn around this content when the teacher provides them specific tasks within the content. And they also learn by creating their own realities, by helping others to learn about their own place where they live, or to understand how the world works. And another thing is feeling. Feeling is so important because every information that you learn and you remember in the long run is connected to feeling. So if I ask you right now to close your eyes and think, what can you remember from the school, from the learning processes? What information you retained for the long run? And you will not come up with the whole curriculum that you were sitting on there, reading through the books, and so on and so forth. You will come up with specific flashbacks of the information that you remember, which could be connected to a teacher, which could be connected to the way that the subject was delivered. But I will tell you the reason why you remember this information, because it's connected to your emotional part. So if we learn something involving the emotion, we will retain this information in the long run. Augmented reality has proven to create this motivation and excitement around using this technology by the kids in the early age. So they retain the information longer and they have better grades at school. And there are multiple researchers out there showcasing that. Kids who use the augmented reality applications for learning math, science, geography, nature, chemistry, they retain information for longer, and they have better grades at the final tests as well. Now, let's come back to the augmented reality and what actually the augmented reality can do. And you can see here a couple of examples, just a couple of tiny examples of the augmented reality. But what I like about the augmented reality is that it helps you to see the information that is being delivered. And many kids are as digital natives, they prefer seeing the information in the motion through videos, through different digital tools, through apps, and so on and so forth. Augmented reality supports hearing. If there is a voiceover, if there are any instructions that is provided by voice, they can hear the information as well. And they can also touch the information. They always interact with the 3D dimensional shapes in there of different formats. What is seen, hearing, and touching means that you appeal to different senses, and augmented reality supports appealing to different senses while interacting with the mobile applications based on the augmented reality. And the fantastic thing about this is that we are on the way to the personalized learning, because you can actually reach out to kids and you support the development of different meta skills by creating lessons around this technology, by creating the lessons around different applications of the augmented reality that supports their professional development, that supports their growth, and that supports their readiness for the future. I strongly believe that meta skills and augmented reality can actually open the path to human potential, because meta skills is already the catalyst of something that we require to live and thrive in the future. And augmented reality is one of the tools that will support in doing this. And there are obviously other emerging technologies that can help. But in my opinion, augmented reality is absolutely fantastic tool to be used in the primary school grades, because it's absolutely affordable, and it's absolutely understandable for the kids. Because when you have augmented reality on your table, you're able to differentiate where is the real world and what is the overlaid or augmented world. And that makes such a big difference for kids to learn at the early age before they put the virtual reality glasses on and dive into the reality completely. I think that the meta skills are the foundation of the society of the future, and augmented reality is one of the tools that will support the development of those skills and grows the potential of the future workforce and the kids in the future.
Wow, thank you so much for that. That was so interesting. I know you're pitching it for education, but I think I'd like that in my job. That would be great fun.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. And unfortunately, you are our last session, but what a great session to finish up with. There's a couple of comments, but no questions yet. So we'll wrap it up there.
If any questions or anything that you might pop up with, let me know. I'm available on the LinkedIn with the easy way to find, and I'm always happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next up, we will do our prize giveaway. So I'm going to bring in Jen, who is one of our co-organizers.
Hi, Rachel. I think everyone went well today, so thanks everyone for joining us. You might just want to give people a few minutes to come and join us from the other track. They just wrapped up. But let me just make sure that everyone is on the list. Everyone who's tweeted. I think we do. Let me share the screen for the raffle. Hang on a second. And so we are raffling up one Sony headphone. It's a wireless headphone. It's well recommended by one of our co-organizers, so that's why we went with that. And then we have 3 Google Minis to give away as well. Let me just bring up the screen for our raffle. See if I can show you some audio. Okay. Right. Can you see the wheel? Or not yet?
No, it hasn't come up yet.
Okay. Let's see why that is. Yep. Okay. We've got it. Oh, well, I guess we can. Well, we can get started. We're like 2 minutes away from 3 p.m. I think it should be fine. So I listed all the names there of people who has tweeted. And what we'll do is we'll draw the first 3 winners of the Google Minis first. Let me go back to that screen. Oops. Oh, so this is the picture of. Oh no, it's not. Okay. Right. So first winner of the Google Mini, Nest Mini. Good luck, everyone. Okay, so congratulations to Catherine. So you won a Google Nest Mini today. Next one, and we will be in touch with all the winners. Next Google Nest Mini winner is Niladri Bhattacharjee. Congratulations, Niladri. So we will be in touch. Okay, last winner of the Google Nest Mini, and then we'll move on to raffling up the Sony headset. Okay. Ooh, is it going to be better? Oh, it's Michaela. So, congratulations, Michaela. You won a Google Nest Mini today. Right. So last but not the least is the winner for the Sony headset. And it's a wireless one. It's pretty good, I think. Let's see. It's exciting. Okay, Nora is excited. So Nora will be in touch. So you want a Sony headphone, a wireless one, and yes, as I said, we will be in touch about it. Okay, that's all we have, Rachel. So let me stop sharing the screen. So again, thanks everyone. Rachel, any last few words for our attendees?
Just a big thank you for joining us today. It was a great, really interesting, lots of talks. And we're so glad that you could join us today. And if you have any feedback or comments, just let us know on Twitter.
Yeah, and the replay is going to be available right away. So yeah, do watch that. Great. Thanks everyone, and enjoy the rest of your day. And thanks to all the organizers as well.